Just a little bit of housekeeping for everybody. You can sure use 1, 2, 3, 4 tables if you'd like to. Those are all available. Roll call. President Broussard. Here. Vice President Covello.
Here.
Commissioner Torgerson. Here. Commissioner Bowl. Present. Commissioner Schiffer. Commissioner Schiffer, are you on the call? He is absent at this point. He's in California, so he's traveling. He's here now? Okay. Where's he at, Nick? Boom. Commissioner Schiffer. And he's not allowed.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Rithaller.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cura. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Francisco. Here. Thank you. And Commissioner Wildcat. Here. Thank you very much. Legislative Liaison, Senator Driscoll. Here. Thank you. Representative Newsom. Thank you. Governor Liaison, Tom Lubenow.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us today. President Broussard, shall I do the welcome?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Welcome to the November 1st and 2nd, 2023 annual fall meeting of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. The primary mission of the Gaming Commission is the protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. Individuals today who wish to address the commission will be recognized and called upon by the president to speak. After the president has recognized you, please clearly state your name and the name of your organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, and responses will flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures an orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of an agency are public meetings open to the public, except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164403A. The meeting today is being held in person and via Zoom and available to watch live streaming on YouTube. The commission may open an executive session, again, as I said, pursuant to 164405, and inclusion on the agenda today does not necessarily constitute a commission action. President Broussard.
Thank you, Charlie. If you guys don't mind, at the moment, we'll take a second and pledge allegiance to the country.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. President Broussard, if I could have just one moment here to introduce some of the guests here in the room. Okay, some of our staff. What I'd like to have is the commission staff that's here with us today stand up, if you would, back there, and everybody, so I can just introduce you. We have a new addition to the commission staff. Russell Kraus comes from Michigan. He's coming from the tribal gaming world, casinos up there. Has come out here, moved to Wyoming, and enjoying himself, and we're very, very pleased to have him on board. Next to Russell, we have Laura Bennett. Most all of you have met Laura before. Very valuable, and thank you for being here today, Laura. Next to Laura, we have Michelle Soko, licensing and kind of the front-end manager of a lot of things at the office there when you walk in the door. Thank you, Michelle. Then we have Sarah Beth Lyons, public records, all kinds of things, all public. That is here, and she's also in charge of putting the meeting together here and the different things that we're doing here this week. And then we have Misty with us, and Misty is in the accounting. We do have, by the way, a vacant position that I need to kind of kick out there a little bit. We do need an auditor. So if you know of anybody that would like to be an auditor and come work with us, we do have a vacancy there. Then we have Nick Laramende, who you all know Nick, Mike Steinberg, Brandy Koltiska. Next to me, I have Mike Kaler joining us from the AG's office. Mackenzie, I apologize, your last name? Schul from the AG's office with us. And then also we have the governor's policy advisor, Sarah Dorenzo, over there. Anybody else that's important? And then, of course, our commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. If you don't mind, we'll move to item number 2 and adopt the agenda. Does everyone have an agenda? Okay. Have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Mr. President, so moved.
Thank you. Second? Second. Thank you, Roger. Any discussion on the agenda? If not, all in favor of adopting the agenda, state that by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed, say nay. Sounds like we're moving on. Item number 3. We'll approve the minutes from September 28th first. Everybody's had a chance to take a look at them. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes from September 28th.
President, so moved.
Thank you, Roger. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Dick. Any discussion on the minutes of the 28th? Not hearing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of adopting the minutes from the 28th, state that by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 3B. It's the October special meeting minutes. I will entertain a motion to adopt the October 10 minutes. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We got a second. Any discussion or conversation about those minutes? Anyone out there? No. Okay, not hearing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of adopting the October 10th special meeting minutes, state that by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Not hearing any, the adoption passes. So we'll move to item 4, into the meat of this meeting. 4A, Gaming Laboratories International.
President Broussard, if I may,
You have it, Charlie.
did Sarah Beth, did you get the seconds on all those? And
Who seconded the October 10th? Thank you. Oh, I didn't got it. Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, I just want to remind Sarah that I was not present at that meeting.
Yep. And did it say you were there?
No, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't included in the vote.
I'm 99% sure, but I will double check that.
Thank you for that clarification. We are running a little bit ahead of ourselves today, but I do think that we have Joe and Steve on the line. If you guys are ready to go, what we have here today, we have 3 presentations that we're going to hear from, about 25, 30 minutes, and then a period of time for some questions. We have Gaming Laboratories International starting first, and then the next one will be Responsible Gaming with Danny Trilla. And then we have Industrial Labs with Petra Hartman. So take it away, gentlemen, from Gaming Laboratories International.
Thank you, Director Moore. My name is Joseph Bonavith, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs here at GLI. And Steve, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Steve May, Senior Executive Government Affairs. We do have a presentation if we can give permission to, it says that host participant screen sharing is disabled. So if we can get that allowed, we can share our screen here.
We're working on that,
There we
Steve.
go. I got it right there. We're good. Okay, we should be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to speak today. And we work hand in hand with Director Moore on a regular basis. This is our informational presentation for the Wyoming Gaming Commission. As I introduced myself, Joseph Bonavith, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Affairs. I have my colleague here, Steve May, Senior Executive Government Affairs. And I'm going to give a brief overview of our company, Gaming Laboratories International. If there is a jurisdiction in the world that has regulated gaming, GLI is active in it as the world's largest test laboratory. We have 27 global locations. Our flagship office is in Lakewood, New Jersey, and we have a large office that Mr. Moore and some others have visited in Las Vegas. We also have an office in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, that we do a lot of work for Wyoming in that particular office.
Check your mic, please.
Joe, we're having a hard time hearing you. Your slide presentation is,
Can you hear me now?
yes,
Is that much better?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So apologies for that, but I made a quick switch to an actual professional headset here. So Gaming Laboratories International, 27 offices worldwide. Our North American offices are flagship and founding office in Lakewood, New Jersey. We have a large laboratory here where I am in Las Vegas, Nevada, which Mr. Moore and I think some other of you have visited. And we have another major office just outside Denver in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, where a lot of the work from Wyoming does get done. GLI by the numbers, we just cracked the 1,500 employee mark. We've been in the gaming test laboratory business for over 34 years. As I stated, we have 27 offices located, and we don't quite have an office in Antarctica yet, but if they ever get regulated gaming there, I guarantee we'll end up with an office there. So we operate in over 567 jurisdictions. The sun never sets on GLI. We have over 3,000 customers worldwide, and we do over 2,500 submission transfers per games between markets constantly. So. Our main business is testing, certification, and consulting for the gaming world. We started the business back just the Lakewood office in New Jersey. And our first customers were the lotteries in several states. And we moved quickly once the Native American Compact Act was passed in the late 80s and started opening the casinos in Connecticut first. We were their first, the test lab to first test those games there. With that, over the years, we have created a large library of gaming standard. If there is a piece of gaming equipment in the world, the very likelihood that we've written a technical standard is true. You can name a piece of equipment from video lottery terminals to kiosks to interactive gaming systems. We have a standard, and you can go right to gaminglabs.com and look under GLI standards. We publish these publicly. We have a very stringent internal process. We're actually in the middle of making some updates as I speak to you here. And we do put these out for public comment. We get the industry input from regulatory bodies as well as the suppliers. And then we come to a final version, approve it, and move forward. And like I always try to say to everybody, between the regulators, the suppliers and operators, and the commissions, we all have the same goal. We all want to have regulated gaming, and we want to have the controls to protect the consumers, and we want to have it in multiple markets and have everybody move efficiently between them. And I haven't had anybody disagree with me that yet. So we have industry leading test solutions. Like I said earlier, we have incredible engineers and compliance team, math, legal teams. We work with every single gaming vertical there is,
bingo, network, lottery, slot systems, parimutuel, VLTs, sports betting systems, iGaming systems. You can't, and we are constantly embracing new technology in gaming as well. And
right.
I'm going to hand this over to Steve May, who has been working directly with Charlie and the team. So I'm there as well, but Steve can take over the presentation right here. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thanks, Joe. And it's really been interesting over the years because I kind of come really the same way Charlie has come into this. I was really on the parimutuel racing side of things, and I graduated from the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program and got to know Charlie when I was with the Association of Racing Commissioners International. And I still vividly remember early spring of 2016. Charlie and I were both at a meeting in New Orleans. And I had just taken a job with the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission, and I was going to be involved in this thing called historical horse racing, which I really didn't know anything about. But I remember telling Charlie, said, look, pulled him aside, said, we're going to be working really closely together over the next couple of years. And I had no idea that even today we'd be working even closer together now on historical horse racing. So it's really a passion of mine. And I remember when it was really just Charlie and Brandy at the commission there. So it's been a fun ride that I've had with them, and it's been really great to see the growth of all forms of gaming in Wyoming over the past few years, and it's been really rewarding for me to join the GLI side to really truly become partners with the Wyoming Gaming Commission on this. Over the years, we've been really fortunate to work with Wyoming on a number of different efforts that the commission has done there, because they realized early that they needed some assistance with this. And as Joe mentioned, our testing side of GLI is still really our true bread and butter, and that's really what takes care of GLI. But we realized we had so many different industry experts that we could truly provide a quality consulting side of this also. And so that's what our team does under Joe's leadership now, and under the previous leadership of Kevin Mullally, who we all know and respect. But over the years, GLI has worked with the Gaming Commission there to develop new gaming regulations, to review existing regulations and various licensing requirements. We've helped with some operational and best practice analysis with the commission there, helping to come up with new job descriptions, to help develop that staff and to train the team there as well. We have helped, as part of our work, we've helped whenever new rules packages go out there to help draft responses and explain the questions and help the team to develop answers to those things. We've done a few forensic evaluations, especially in the historical horse racing side of things. We are active in about every year. We send a team out that does field inspections for the commission there. So it's been a really good partnership, and we really truly appreciate the work that we've been able to do with the Gaming Commission in Wyoming. We're also, constantly doing new projects. Charlie is constantly coming to us and working together. It's not that we're there to do the work; we're there to really be partners with the Gaming Commission, and we really truly pride ourselves in that. Right now, we're working on another project with Charlie and the team to review historical horse racing standards and come up with some ways to better that. And it's one of the things I've always truly appreciated about Charlie and his philosophy. It's that, I think he does a great job, but he always realizes it could be better, and he's constantly striving to make Wyoming truly one of the model regulatory operations in the country. And we realize that at GLI, and we truly appreciate that. So we're constantly working and really truly enjoy the work that we do with Wyoming, because it is really setting a standard for many, many places. As we've worked on new regulatory projects for states that have added sports wagering over the last few years, we always can say this is how Wyoming did this very early on, and it really set a good standard for the entire industry. And I hope all commissioners there and all the public in Wyoming truly realizes how much work has gone into setting those standards in Wyoming, and how those have really become a model for much larger states and much larger sports wagering and historical horse racing operations over the years. And we're glad to be a part of that team and be part of that advancement of the industry. I do want to take a few minutes to just kind of explain some of our team here. It's truly a team approach that we bring to any of these projects we work on for any regulator out there. So in historical horse racing, again, I have an extensive knowledge of parimutuel wagering and of historical horse racing over the time I was in Kentucky, and since then working on the historical horse racing side of things. We also have Alan Drost. He's a senior engineering manager, and oversees almost every aspect of historical horse racing testing and compliance in one way or another. He leads the team, and he has various other teams underneath him that do testing for individual suppliers. That's one of the true strengths of GLI, is that we have true experts in the various systems that are out there. We have Konami experts, we have IGT experts, we have Exacta experts. Any of those systems, we really have a dedicated team to test those and truly provide expertise on the individual subcategories of all of these different wagering options out there. On the sports wagering side, as I mentioned earlier, Joe is the head of our division now, but he also is one of our true experts on sports wagering. He brings extensive knowledge of sports wagering and all online gaming, and he knows this from the operation side of things as well as the regulatory side of things. He has one of the most interesting careers that is part of the GLI team, is from his time in operations and helping build new sports wagering and gaming operations over the years. And now he leads our team of 11 within our division. And we all kind of freaked out when Kevin Mullally left, but now we really have put together, and Kevin really built a good team to give us successes over the years. Mike Robbins is another person who is very well known in Wyoming with the Gaming Commission because of all of the various projects that Mike does. He is, he's been with GLI for about 15 years now, and he's really the author of a number of our technical standards, especially GLI 33, which deals with event wagering. So again, Wyoming was one of the first states to put that into place, and over the years that has been adopted throughout the industry. And we really have to truly thank the Wyoming Gaming Commission for the support in adopting that and making that a known standard throughout the industry. Finally, and I know skill-based amusement games are a really big topic in Wyoming right now, and that's another area that we have real experts in the field on that. Andrew Barron is one of our true experts on that. He's been with GLI for about 18 years. He's done lots of different expert witness testimony. He's really the guy that we go to on a new type of gaming to help explain that to commissions, to the team within the commission, to judges and juries, anybody that needs an explanation. Andrew has an amazing skill at delivering that in a way that can be explained to somebody. And one of our real jack of all trades is Matt Toller. He's very involved in the amusement side of things on this. He heads our GLI University side of GLI, which is our educational wing that goes out and trains regulators and all of the team members there on really the basics as well as the real in-depth parts of gaming. And he also leads up all of our forensic evaluations in one way or another. Matt's one of these guys, I can't tell you really even what his title is, because he does so many different things within GLI and has so much different expertise on that. And so I just really wanted to give you a snapshot into our team here and truly our appreciation for what the Wyoming Gaming Commission has done. We're here to really help commissioners, help the staff, help everybody to be the best regulators possible, to keep this industry as fair as possible and as regulated as well as possible, but not stifling any kind of innovation. And again, Wyoming's been a great state for that, to foster that innovative aspect of gaming on that. So I will go ahead and unshare my screen. We can take questions, or we can however you want to do it, I'll pass it back over to your side and we'll kind of go from there.
Thank you, Steve. So at this moment, do you want to?
Do we have any questions from the commissioners here of gaming laboratories? If I could take just a minute, Joe, could you maybe speak to the future of gaming briefly? You have maybe 4 minutes.
Sure. Absolutely. We get these questions all the time, whether it be AI and or iGaming as an emerging vertical throughout the states. I mean, the path for iGaming was actually gave to the states from the federal government back in 2006 with the passing of the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act. New Jersey opened iGaming in 2013, and now we're only up to 7 states. It's been slow, but it can be done. Rhode Island just joined the iGaming fold this year. Conversely, sports betting, we're in our 5th year post passport repeal in 2018. We're up to 38 states have some form of gaming. Most of them have digital. I think it's over 30 have a retail and digital. And in the sports betting world, we're starting to see very creative, innovative products, bets on top of bets, bets that have gone beyond the who's going to win. It's like what's the next play? Is it going to be a run or a pass? It's moving really fast, and that actually literally fast in that case, because that those plays and those opportunities to bet are only a couple of seconds apiece. So the technology's there for it, the operations are there for it. It's really interesting stuff, and we work really hard to stay on top of that. Responsible gaming, responsible marketing is also a hot trend in the market nowadays, and we have an expert to speak on almost every single topic.
Mr. President, if you could.
Yep.
Could you back up and go into detail a little bit on what is iGaming? I know I'm not the only one in here that.
Sure. Internet gaming. In 2006, as I mentioned, the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act was passed by the federal government. It was a bill that was shoestring to the Safe Port Act, which was a must-pass act that came out of 9/11. But the preamble to that act said whatever a state says they want to do with gaming on the internet, a state can do. However, if they don't, it's illegal on the federal level. So in 2013, Nevada and New Jersey passed internet gaming. Nevada passed online poker. There's online here in Las Vegas. There's online poker available. In New Jersey, everything's available, meaning online slots, online blackjack, online. You name the casino game, there's a digital version for it. And one of the most interesting products that's actually come out of that and very popular is the live dealer studio. And it's somewhat of a hybrid between the online and live model. It is what it sounds like it is. You're basically watching a live dealer and they're dealing out blackjack hands or a baccarat game or even a craps game. But you're at home on a computer moving chips to place your bet and telling the dealer, hit or stand, and they're giving live cards that are tracked digitally that show up on your screen. And this is all regulated. We do audits of those live dealer studios all the time. There's live dealer studios here in Las Vegas. There is 300 plus tables of live dealer studios in Estonia. And some parts throughout the world. We send our individuals there to do the actual audits to make sure that those cards that are coming across is it's king and an ace, that player got blackjack, and we make sure that the player on the digital screen is getting the right result. So it's basically what it sounds like: internet gaming, internet, and you name it, and there's a vertical underneath it and for it. And we have a standard to test against it as well. GLI 19 is called Interactive Gaming Systems.
Thank you, Joe. Do we have any other questions for Joe? Oh, yeah. Commissioner Wildcat.
Thank you. You mentioned AI. What do you see AI as a threat or as a resource as we're going forward into the future?
Frankly, it's both. First, the one thing I want to say is that AI is nothing new. The version that we just saw get released is the most powerful version of all that we've ever seen. So it has brought it to the forefront very quickly. But spell check is technically an AI. If you're speaking to an Alexa or your Google Home or your Siri on your iPhone, those are all AI. It's just that the version that is out there they put out for everybody's use is massively powerful and moving things very quickly. And your concerns are correct. Most certainly, AI can be used in a nefarious way, but as well could be used in a much better way. We're aware of some systems and companies out there that have AI tracking system for digital sports betting and iGaming to create a responsible gaming framework. In other words, if a player seems to be getting out of their normal tracked trend, they sent a warning or like, hey, this is not your normal behavior, your normal betting behavior, creating a happy customer. And I would argue that a happy customer also makes a higher customer for lifetime value too. So it's a win-win-win. It's a win for the regulatory body, it's a win for the customer, and it's a win for the operator. So we're seeing some trends like that. And the other side of AI is in the cyber world. The cyber attack world has certainly been using AI to find a lot of leaks or holes. But then conversely, there's AI models fighting off those leaks and holes. It's basically everything's gotten a lot faster on both sides. So great question.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do, yeah. Joe, could you talk a little bit about cannibalization with some of this future ideas out there, what you're seeing in the market currently?
There is some public data out there, and there's some studies that, like New Jersey launched in 2013, and we've got over 10 years of data. New Jersey created an interesting model that tied their online casinos to their brick and mortar casinos in Atlantic City. They're cross-branded. With that becomes player reward systems, and there is data out there that shows a slow, steady decline pre-launch of online gaming in New Jersey, only to start to bottom out and start to lift up post-launch of iGaming, because the brands are tied to those brick and mortar entities. And needless to what people say about people playing online, they will leave the house. If you can give them a free room or a free show or a free steak, they will play. And when they are playing those games online and then walk in the casino and play those games, they tend to be happy patrons. I will do have our eyes out on there was an RFP put out in the spring by Maryland, specifically with iGaming focused towards cannibalization. I believe that study is coming out in the coming weeks, within the next 2 weeks. So that will be interesting to see eye on. I know that Michigan has a very robust online market that is tied to their brick and mortar interest, and there's been a lot of non-cannibalization data coming out of there. I don't like to speak so much as it goes up, but a lot of the data points toward the adage of it's automatically going to cannibalize may not necessarily be true. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you have
Yeah.
two hands up.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Who we have?
Mr. Lebanon and Commissioner Red Holler.
Okay. Do you have to give them access or?
No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Bunvith, has there been any intrusion or any application of AI to regulatory compliance and monitoring? And if so, can you describe briefly how?
Good question. There are products out there that work in the kind of pre-compliance realm. I can't speak to too much how we're handling this at the lab here, as that's somewhat protected. But yeah, it's a good question. In the end, the market certainly seems to be moving in a direction like this. I know that Massachusetts had an RFP looking for a software solution for responsible gaming, and I know that was public knowledge. So some AI responsible gaming companies have pitched for that proposal.
And I can add to that as well. You know, a lot of gaming regulation, quite frankly, is ensuring that operators have solid internal controls to monitor their activities and the activities of patrons coming in. And we've seen this for a long time already with facial recognition software, which is getting much, much better. And that's a great example of AI for a positive use, and using that to track players with responsible gaming, for banned players, for anything like that. So I think we're seeing this sort of indirectly through the regulatory field, but I don't know that I haven't seen necessarily any regulators directly using that right now to supplement what they're doing. Instead, it's really the operators are using that to ensure that their internal controls are being met, and using that in various capacities in that. So I think that's what we're seeing right now. And we've been very careful to not use a lot of, like the chat GPTs and things like that within our operations, because we know that we have a lot of sensitive data for operators and for regulators, and what people don't really realize is that when you put that in there to chat GPT and you tell it to draft a policy or something, that kind of becomes public knowledge on there. So we really have to walk a fine line on that, of knowing that what we put into a search engine like that, into a script developer like that, it becomes part of the system out there. So that's what we're really trying to walk a fine line on that internally. And we have some very robust internal control policies within GLI to not put in, we can't put in a set of source code from a manufacturer, for instance, to ask it to debug that for us and to look at anything, because that would become part of the public system on there. So we're really careful on that side of it. And we always encourage people to be very careful when you're using some of these new technologies that seem really interesting and fun, and to potentially cut a lot of work out. But again, it becomes part of the public domain at that point, for lack of better words. So it's really tightrope. You have to walk on that.
I'd like to add quick to the list that Steve brought out. One of the interesting fields and products that we've seen is fraud and AML. There's some incredible companies using AI to track, report, and signal situations that have to do in that category.
Thank you. Commissioner Ritholler, do you still have a question?
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. My question is, Gaming Laboratories International, do you have a way to protect the gaming public, that it's not fraudulent or somebody's misusing your identity? Or is that just like any internet thing, open for the takers?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I can take that. Our testing and our work in the testing field, I think, is our most important work, because it does ensure that the games that are out there are certified to whatever the standards are and whatever the rules and regulations are for any particular jurisdiction. So I think that, number one, is how we protect the public on that. And on the flip side of that, we also have to maintain our reputation and our standards. And we find it's every day, basically, we find some jurisdiction out there, some manufacturer out there that says, hey, this has been approved by GLI. We hate that word, because we don't approve anything. We just test it and give regulators like yourselves an assurance that it does meet your technical standards, your rules, your regulations, your statutes, anything like that, then it's up to the regulator to do the final approval on there. So we're not rubber stamping anything. We're not doing anything on that side of it. But when we do find someone that has a product that says, yeah, it's been GLI certified, GLI approved, whatever, and it's not been, then we do take pretty aggressive actions to make sure that no one can make those claims unless it has been tested to our standards. We do know of other independent testing labs that do testing to our actual standards, but we're really proud to say that, we drafted those, so we have the most knowledge on testing to those because they are our own individual standards on there. But we do, the most important thing is to protect the public and to protect the industry. And as long as the testing standards are being tested to what we believe and what has been developed over the years, to those standards, we feel like that is the most important thing. That's why we publish those openly. We don't hide anything on there. There's no secret sauce on our testing other than what we, our individual testing methodology on there. But the standards are a public document that we're very proud of and we share openly with the industry.
I'll add one more thing to what Steve brought forward here. We do have internal products. One is well known called GLI Access that Charlie has the use of. That has the entire letter history for all the products that have been tested against the Wyoming regulations. So if there's a new supplier that says, hey, we got this GLI letter that says this, that can be verified. And also you can just contact us too. It does happen. We will say, yes, that is the actual letter. We have a very robust QA system that makes sure all that is aligned and tracked in internal software to make sure it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question, Mr. President. Charlie, what is our contractual relationship with GLI? Does the commission have one?
Yes, we currently have a contract with them. It will expire shortly. We typically do our contracts via short-term project related. We do not have any kind of a long-term.
But we have an annual contract, is that right?
I'm sorry?
Do we have an annual contract?
Currently, the contract is specific to complete the historic horse racing rules. That's what we have in place now.
Okay.
And we've done that specifically. We've typically tried to keep our contracts small and job specifics.
And we've got another contract coming before us in the future, is that correct?
At this point, we probably will have something.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also too, we send those out for bidding as well.
So that's part of what's going on here today is we're being acquainted with GLI so that when the contract comes in front of us, we'll know who we're dealing with?
No, that's absolutely incorrect. What this is informational, trying to educate you all. GLI has worked with us in this realm for a number of years, providing educational services to the commission, to the public as well. So to answer your question, no. And that's not at all the intent of this. No different than Danny in the next presentation. And if anybody has a presentation they would like to bring forth to the commission, we would absolutely open that up to those people. This is an opportunity for you to understand who we are currently using and get a little more knowledge in the industry.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions?
I think we're good at this point. We could move on to the next if Danny is on the call, hopefully.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say it is also an honor to share the agenda with with Petra Hartman on this as well. Petra's another person I've known for many years. And I always try to measure our success against that of industrial labs because they're the best drug testing lab out there. I've got a lot of knowledge about them over the years, and it's just a real honor to share that as well. But we thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next person we have is responsible gambling. Dan is joining us. I'm not sure where he's located today. Is he not there? We've lost him?
He was in another meeting, and so he's technically not speaking for another 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
He said he would join as soon as his other meeting is done. So I'm expecting him.
Is Petra, can we can jump to industrial laboratories. So I guess we'll tee up industrial laboratories. Industrial laboratories has a long relationship with this gaming commission. Their contract continues out, I think, for 2 more years with us. They're what I consider one of the top laboratories in North America. There she is.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to Steve May for those kind comments that he made. It was actually a very interesting presentation. I was surprised to hear how much a gaming laboratory actually has in common with a drug testing laboratory. Definitely some overlap there, but good afternoon, everyone, commissioners, Director Moore. Thank you very much for having me on here. My name is Petra Hartman. I'm the Director of Drug Testing Services at Industrial Laboratories in Denver, Colorado. And what I'd like to do is actually share my screen with you if I could. I do have a few slides to make this presentation go a little bit easier with a couple of pictures rather than just trying to explain some of the things I'm going to be talking about. Is there, I don't see the option to, oh yes, I do. One moment. So, can you see the screen that I'm sharing with you?
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm here to talk with you about equine medication control in racehorses. As I mentioned, our laboratory is kind of right down the interstate from you in Denver, Colorado. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the history of our lab. We are a private independent testing laboratory. The lab was founded in 1945, initially to test baking products of all things. In 1953, we were approached by the state of Colorado to conduct animal drug testing at the time for racing greyhounds. Over the years, that then shifted into race horses. We have been in the industry continuously since 1953. In 1995, we were one of the first laboratories to seek accreditation under the ISO 17025 International Quality Standards, which was then followed in 2014 by the newly formed accreditation offered by the Racing Medication and Testing Consortium, a very specific accreditation to equine drug testing. And in 2023, we were approved as one of 6 laboratories under the new HISA and HIWU federal standards. So I think the takeaway from that is that we've been in this industry for a while. When I was looking at actually the website for the Wyoming Gaming Commission, one thing that I thought was interesting were the keywords that are listed on your website: protection, health, safety, welfare, integrity, and parimutuel racing. Drug testing is only one aspect of how you as a commission can ensure that those parameters are protected within your jurisdiction. You may wonder why does the state have to go outside of the state to find a laboratory to conduct this testing? And you are correct in that there are a number of human drug testing laboratories. The difference between the testing that we do and the testing that a human drug testing lab does is not just the type of drugs that we look for, but also the methodology that we use to do that. And of course, the number of different drugs. When you look at, for example, what the Department of Transportation has as a mandatory testing panel for drugs, the minimum is about 5 different categories of drugs: marijuana, cocaine, PCP, stimulants, ecstasy, and opiates. They have a very specific objective with their testing, which is to ensure that whoever gets behind the wheel of a semi is, for public safety reasons, obviously not under the influence of any of those things. Horse racing drug testing covers all of those drugs and about 500 more. The scope of our analysis is huge compared to what is generally tested for in human testing. We are really on the same level as Olympic drug testing labs, a huge scope of drugs that we look for on a daily basis in every sample. We base those drugs on what is listed in the RCI's Uniform Classification Guidelines, and further through really industry intelligence. So hardly a day doesn't go by that we don't get some tip from someone that says you need to be looking for, this particular drug because rumor has it that it's being used. So the panels that we cover in our test are continuously updated to account for that. The other area where we're different from human testing labs and that makes us unique and thus requires that labs that do this kind of testing have the specialized experience just relate to the sample matrix. So what we routinely test are blood, urine, hair, oral fluid, eye fluid, tissue samples. Obviously, that's something that happens post-mortem. Unfortunately, when that happens, whether it's an accident on the track or something that happens in training, we do get post-mortem samples to allow us to look for if there were any prohibited medications at play. And we also test a lot of contraband, in case if you're wondering what that may refer to, anything that is detected by investigators at the racetrack, be it products that they find, be it syringes or bloody needles, all of that stuff can make its way to the lab, where we then test to see if there is any indication of banned substances or doping agents. The difference between all of these different sample types is that the type of matrix determines the length of drug detection. So when we're looking for certain drugs in blood, those drugs are often only detected for a short amount of time, whereas urine as a waste fluid, if you will, tends to be more concentrated and contains certain drugs at higher concentrations and therefore for longer periods of time. And the type of matrix can also determine which drug we can actually find in there. It's very important to understand that the type of sample that we test has to be a quality sample. A bad sample means we cannot do the best testing that we can possibly do. So We're very happy to say that all of the sample collection personnel that are working in Wyoming are doing a great job. We're always getting high quality samples to conduct our testing. For the most part, the testing we do does involve blood, urine, and hair. Those are the three major types of sample matrices that we're currently testing. To do testing, we use a number of different technologies, and I'll keep this quick because I don't want your eyes to glaze over. Enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay is one type of screening test that we use. We tend to reserve that for blood doping agents such as erythropoietin, growth hormone, those sort of drugs. The next type of test that can be used is a technology called ICP-MS, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. We use that for metals such as cobalt, such as arsenic, nickel. You might wonder why they would misuse metals. Cobalt, for example, can increase the blood count in a horse, so it's considered actually along the lines of blood doping. So there is a threshold for it in urine, which we verify by ICP-MS. Headspace GCMS, another technology that we use, that is generally for milk shaking. So we are measuring the levels of total carbon dioxide in horses to determine if a milkshake consisting of sodium bicarbonate has been administered in an effort to reduce the buildup of lactic acid, which of course would cause a horse's muscles to tire out more quickly. So if you can stomach tube sodium bicarbonate milkshake, you might extend the time before the horse would tire. And then this is the workhorse of any drug testing laboratory, liquid chromatography, tandem mass spectrometry. We use it for both screening analysis and confirmatory analysis. And that is actually a very important part that I wanted to share with you. Our testing does consist of two parts. The first part is screening analysis, which looks at a large number of samples for as many drugs as we can pack into that test. Currently, over 500 different drugs that we look for in one separate test by LC-MS. Screening testing is just to allow us to indicate which sample we need to do further testing on. It quickly allows us to differentiate those samples that are negative, and we can issue a report and we can say these samples are clear. And then anything that tests a suspect in the screen undergoes further analysis. We go back to the original sample, we pull fresh sample, and now we're drilling down on one particular drug. And that process is known as confirmatory testing, which we need to do in order to provide legally defensible data. So mass spectrometry, unequivocal identification of the mass spectrum in the test sample to the mass spectrum of a certified reference standard. It's the gold standard for testing, and it provides legally defensible data that we can take to court if need be. So, as an overview, the elements of an effective testing program that help you enforce the medication rules that you have in place in your jurisdiction are: we have to find the drug in a screening test. If we don't find it in the screen, if we have a false negative, somebody got away with something that they shouldn't have. Once we find that drug, we have to do additional testing using, again, LCMS-MS-based testing for confirmatory analysis. And then the last step is to present our client, the Wyoming Gaming Commission, with legally defensible test results. In conclusion, and I was hoping that you would have questions that I can answer for you, which is why I didn't go. If I tried to go into detail on all of the various aspects, I would have you here for 8 hours talking your ear off. So, but in conclusion, Industrial Laboratories has over 70 years of animal drug testing experience. We currently test more than 20 U.S. racing jurisdictions. We test 2 South American countries, 1 U.S. territory. We test thoroughbreds, quarter horses, standard breds, greyhounds, bucking bulls. We test horse pulls, dog pulls, sled dogs, livestock, and believe it or not, we've also done pigeon racing. We are accredited by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation, the RMTC, and the Horse Racing Integrity and Welfare Unit. That's a provisional accreditation until their program is up and going. We have a proven, validated, and very effective testing strategy, and we are dedicated to customer service. And we intend to continue doing whatever we can to help the state of Wyoming administer its very effective drug testing program. And I would love it if you had questions for me that I can answer for you. But I thank you for your time and your attention. And before I conclude, I would also like to say that as a member of the commission, your doors are always open to us. If you are in the Denver area and would like to have a tour of the laboratory, we would be more than happy to welcome you and show you the sights, sounds, and smells of the racing laboratory. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think Cactus, you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah, Petra, we have a question. for you.
Petra, what's the shelf life of the samples, various types between blood, urine, oral fluids, et cetera, before they're no longer viable for your testing?
You know, it really varies by drug, but the samples are not as labile as you might think. I think I mentioned that we do some testing in South America. It unfortunately fairly frequently happens that the samples get caught up in customs and they will sit there in the summertime for 2 or 3 weeks. They show up here, they smell terrible. We still find positives. So for the most part, the way shipping is currently being done, you know, the samples are collected and they're shipped here within a couple of days at the most. If there's weekend racing, usually shipping takes place on Mondays and we get the samples on Tuesdays. And then we have 5 days to complete screening analysis and an additional 5 days to complete confirmation of any suspects.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have other questions? Nick, hands? Okay. Who do we have on the interweb?
Mr. Lebanon.
All right, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hartman, are you seeing any trends with respect to illegal drugging of racing horses?
Yes, I would say yes, mostly in quarter horse racing. When we look at the distribution of positive tests, I would say that the most interesting cases tend to come in quarter horse racing. And what we're seeing there are a lot of beta agonists at this time. Beta agonists being misused for their ability to function as growth-enhancing substances. And that's why we have implemented hair testing in recent years, because some of the beta agonists can be tricky to detect in blood and urine. But we do detect them very well in hair samples. It allows us to go back, depending on the length of the hair, anywhere from 4 to 6 months in the past to determine if there was a pattern of use. So that has definitely been a trend that has been ongoing. It's very frustrating. We're calling positives in several jurisdictions and still it continues. That's probably been the biggest trend. The things that we worry about are things like blood doping agents, mainly because of the difficulties associated with detection. We continuously hear rumors of the use of recombinant erythropoietin in order to affect red cell counts, which in turn affects the oxygen carrying capability of the horse. Erythropoietin, it has a very short half-life. And so unless you're doing extensive out-of-competition testing, chances are that compound is not going to be detected in post-race samples. So those are the things we worry about, that we hear rumors, but we see very few findings. And so it's very hard to tell, is it actually not happening to the extent that the rumors would indicate, or is it just that the test isn't catching it?
Thank you, Petra.
Certainly.
Any other questions? Nick, do you have any? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we want to move?
President Broussard, one of the things I think that's important to connect with this is for you all to understand our process at the racetrack. We're collecting the samples shortly after the race, within a matter of a few minutes. We're taking those samples, unless we're doing an out-of-competition test, which would be before. And we're securing those samples. The chain of custody begins at the point when those samples are sealed. It's verified by the individual that has that animal, is in control of that animal. And then at that point in time, that sample is in a controlled environment, under lock and key, for the remainder of its life while we have it. The next, for weekend races on Monday morning, those samples are being shipped. They're in sealed containers, double locked containers. And then when the lab gets those samples, they're looking at that container. And the first thing they note, and they can supply us with that information, is how was that case received? Was it tampered with? Was there any concerns with that container? And then they go a next step deeper when they start pulling out the samples. And this all happens before those samples have had any testing. They're able to provide us legal packets if we request those. Different times we have required those. It depends on the sample. So when we go forward with the stewards and the stewards adjudicate, and then maybe down the road, potentially, the commission we have those legal support and those legal packets for you all. So and this process is not something new that we do. It's industry-wide. This is something that's done in North America and throughout the world, actually, but it's done in all 39 North American jurisdictions that I'm aware of, something, similarly. So, and then something too, just to follow with Commissioner Bowl, just to clarify for everybody, each and every contract that we have, we follow A&I procurement's process for contracting with those individuals. So we follow the state of Wyoming's contracting guidelines.
Thank you, Charlie. Do we want to move to the responsible gambling? Is he available? Yep. Thank you, Nick. You guys don't mind? We'll move on and then take a break after.
Just to kind of introduce Danny here, welcome Danny, joining us today. I had the first opportunity, I think, to view his presentation via Zoom, actually. He was in person at the sports wagering meeting that they had there and got to hear it. Very enlightening. And then I've heard him subsequently one other time speak to the crowds. But addressing responsible gambling, addressing these things probably in a little different light, it's mental health. This is a mental health issue, and it's important to us all. While we don't necessarily have in our statutes a ton of guidelines, it's the thing that we need to be doing, and we need to be aware of it and doing the best we can with our limited resources to support it. Danny, it's all up to you now.
Hey, thank you, Charles. Good to see you again as well.
Good to see
seeing you out in Denver at Nickel G's. And thank you to the commission for allowing me this opportunity to spend some time talking about what we see at Epic, as well as sharing a little bit about my journey and why we do the work that we do. My name's Dan Trolaro. I live in New Jersey, so I'm 2 hours. It's 4:12 over here now, and it's about 40 degrees and breezy today, so it's getting really chilly. But it's great to be with you all. The company I represent is Epic Risk Management. Epic is a global gambling harm consultancy. And what does that mean? We work in 28 countries. They're based in the UK. I live in New Jersey, and I run the US operation. I'm in charge of 50 states. And I think I was talking to Sarah Beth and emailing back and forth. I've been to 45 or 46 of them. I have not yet been to Wyoming. So hopefully that changes sometime in 2024. I'd love to come visit Wyoming at some point. And the reason we do the work we do is that in 2018, as we know, PASPA was repealed, which basically paved the way for states to have their own right to decide and determine how and if to legislate, how to regulate, enforce, what funding to set aside, what will gambling look like within the borders of each individual state, as well as tribal, right? So we have many different jurisdictions, more than 50 jurisdictions. The problem with that is that states got exactly what they asked for, states' rights, instead of having federal government overreaching and dictating. But now what we see is a gap in funding. We see a gap in resources. We see issues around the country from state to state where some states have online and mobile device. Some states don't have any gambling. Some states have tremendous resources available for those who start to experience gambling problems. And then other states who decline funding because they say it's not a problem in our state yet. And I want to talk to that. I want to talk about what we're seeing in the US and the work that we do around this country, because Epic has primarily worked in high-risk sectors. High-risk sectors include people who serve our military, coming back from war, veterans who served previously with a lack of resources. We talk about mental health. So well said. Thank you for bringing that up. Because when you talk about mental health, PTSD, bipolar, anxiety, mental health co-occurs with substance use disorder, with addiction. And gambling has to be a part of the conversation. If we live in a space where gambling is a legal form of entertainment, which we recognize it is for a majority of people, there are still others who start to experience some type of harm with their gambling. And what makes gambling really unique, and for any of you that may have gambled, no matter what it is, if you've ever placed a wager on something in your life, you've experienced what it's like to feel a win. And I'm not talking earth-shattering amounts of money, but just the concept of what it feels like to win, that aha moment of this feels good. And what happens is for some people, they start chasing that feeling. So life starts to go haywire. You go through a divorce, you lose a loved one, you come down with a terrible medical diagnosis, whatever the situation might be in your life and your journey of life, gambling for some people becomes an escape. It becomes a way of coping or dealing with an issue, much the same way alcohol can be, much the same way drug use can be. But it's now easier to do it because when you have legalized sports wagering and gambling in a state, certainly it reduces the black market, which is what we're looking to do. We want to reduce the amount of money going offshore, going overseas. We want to keep it in state. We want to tax it. We want to bring revenue into the state to help support other programs. But we also need to ensure that we're setting money aside for those people who are vulnerable, older adults, military, college age individuals, and I'll talk about college age in a little bit. That's your 18 to 25-year-olds with emerging growth, developing brains, and right in the crosshairs of all of the marketing and promotions that we're seeing around the country, as well as the operators. And we work with regulators, we work with stakeholders, we work with legislators to help inform and educate about why it makes sense to pass laws where we do have provisions, not just for responsible or safer gambling, but also for problematic play, right? We don't want to confuse responsible gambling with problem gambling. They're two distinct things. A majority of people can gamble in a safe, responsible way. It's a form of entertainment. It's a way, instead of going to dinner, they spend some money at a casino or they're betting on sports. That's fine. They're still paying their bills. It's not causing problems in their relationships. They're still going to work. They're your neighbors. They're the people you sit next to in church. They're the people you see at the convenience store. Gambling is around every one of us. However, there's a percentage of the population, and growing, mind you, and growing, that are getting exposed to gambling at an earlier age than they otherwise would have been, and they don't always handle it or view it in the right way. What do I mean by that? The work we do around the country, primarily our largest contract is with the NCAA right now. And so we're working with the NCAA to educate college student athletes. And we're seeing student athletes as a very high-risk, vulnerable population as it pertains to gambling and gambling-related harms. Athletes are more vulnerable to gambling-related harms, 2 to 4 times more vulnerable than a non-athlete, because they're competitive, they have a fear of failure, and they're risk takers. Their personality is rooted in winning, chasing a winning feeling, being competitive, the very similar and same things that kind of lend someone to developing a problem with their gambling potential gambling addiction or gambling type behavior. And what we're starting to see on college campuses in particular is the number one sentence I hear when I travel the country. I was just in Iowa 2 weeks ago. They had a massive issue in Iowa, the state of Iowa, with some kids who got involved with gambling. And some of those kids, their futures are ruined. And that's unfortunate. I was at Purdue just on a Monday. Matter of fact, Sunday and Monday, I was at Purdue. The phrase that I continue to hear on college campuses, quote, "I don't gamble, I just bet on sports." Just let that sit for a moment. I don't gamble, I just bet on sports. And when I ask them to kind of talk about that, they say, well, gambling's different. Gambling is not betting on sports. Gambling is going to a slot machine or just random luck. That's all gambling is. That's something my father did, my grandfather did. I'm smarter. I know what I'm doing. For me, it's about money management. It's about knowing how much to spend. It's a side job. That's another phrase. I hear college kids describing sports betting as a side job. So it's always interesting when I see surveys come out or states come out and say, hey, we don't have any problem here. Gambling's not an issue. How are we asking the questions? Who are we asking them of? What language are we using when we're developing statewide surveys, whether it's a health survey, whether it's a survey in the high schools, the secondary schools, on college campuses? What is the language we're using? Because if we're asking college kids about their gambling, you're going to get a really, really low response rate. But if you start asking them pointed questions about and using the language that they're using, betting on sports, spending time with friends and spending a little bit of money while I watch a sporting event, that resonates more than the word gambling. The work that we do at Epic is to kind of highlight with regulators, with legislators, the importance of language, the importance of getting good data collection. And you only get good data collection output when you have good question on an input. Garbage in, garbage out. And that's kind of the philosophy that we tend to see. I think it's important that we also highlight some of the unintended consequences of sports betting expansion. What I mean by that is working closely with the FBI around the US, Epic and myself in particular. I'll be out in Eugene, Oregon in a couple of weeks at the FBI Sports Betting and Integrity Conference speaking out there. We're starting to see more threats to our coaches and to our athletes in the States. That's unacceptable. Epic right now is in the middle of gathering data on NCAA campuses. We have over 20,000 data points this year alone from college student athletes and coaches. And most recently, in the last sample size of about 2,200 student athletes, 46 of them had received threatening messages, 42 of which came online through direct messaging, social media. While it's not a large number, it's 2%, that's still 46 more than we want to see, quite honestly. And when you start looking at threatening messages, people who wager money and lose feel empowered to sit behind their keyboard or behind their smartphone and send off a death threat to somebody, that needs to be enforced. New Jersey has a very strict policy, and I don't talk about what states do it well or what states don't do it well, but I think we can learn from each other. And as this continues to grow, we want to stay ahead of the curve. We want to see dollars allocated, not just for problem gambling support services and resources in the state of Wyoming. There should also be money allocated towards prevention, education, awareness, so that we can understand what does problematic gambling look like? What are ways to keep it safe using responsible gambling tools and techniques? What are some of the warning signs? What are the threats that athletes receive? What does match fixing look like? What happens if someone asks me for inside information? What do I do? This is the type of education. Prevention's always cheaper and less expensive than treatment. And I realize that. But we need to have more prevention, and we have to reduce stigma, reduce shame, and have the power to talk about this in a state where gambling is legal and will be growing over time. Why do I do the work that I do? Charles has heard me speak a bit. I'm someone in recovery, in long-term recovery. The work that Epic does is we speak from the lens of lived experience. Lived experience helps move this concept from theoretical to actual. This actually happened to somebody. I grew up around gambling. I'm in recovery over 13 years. 2010, February 11, 2010 was the day that I last felt the need to place a wager. And I grew up in a house around alcohol and gambling. And the two are very highly connected. 60% of people with a gambling problem also have an alcohol use disorder. 61% also have a nicotine dependency. I never smoked. That was never me. But gambling was. And my dad drank and gambled all the time. And horse racing was my first love. I loved horses. That's why it was fascinating just hearing the previous speaker talking about the horse. And I had no idea pigeon racing was a thing. Wow, that really blew my mind. Living in different parts of the country, you get to hear different things that go on. That's something. Just corralling the pigeons and having that. I would have to see one of those, to be honest. That's fascinating. But horse racing was my first love, not because I won money, not because I knew exactly what I was doing when I was 12 years old, but because I spent time with my father. And to a 12-year-old, when you're exposed as a child to something and you see the positives without seeing any negative, you're already at a heightened risk of developing an issue. And so I went through life thinking gambling was a family thing that brought people together. Horse racing was great. I was an athlete. I played baseball at a really high level. I was scouted by 2 pro teams junior year of high school as a pitcher, the Phillies and the Reds, and then a bunch of Division I schools, Division II schools. Unfortunately, an arm injury derailed my career. I partially tore my rotator cuff, had elbow issue, wrist issue, and my baseball dreams died. I ended up graduating college with a major in finance and a minor in economics. Always loved numbers, most gamblers do, and ended up working at Goldman Sachs. I graduated college in 1998, and I went to work at Goldman Sachs in New York City. I was at Goldman from 1998 to 2003. Life was going well. June of 2001, I got married. And less than 3 months later, everything changed. I was downtown New York on September 11th. And I remember that day in the city, the things that I saw were atrocious. Without going into a lot of detail, I saw things and images that I hope and pray that people don't see. And I ended up losing 14 friends that day on September 11th. I would end up losing 2 more to suicide a month later, both left behind a wife and a child less than 1 year old. So 16 people taken from me at the age of 25, and I just didn't know how to deal with life. I ended up gambling every day as a way to cope and deal with those events and with a lot of other things in my life that I always avoided. And for the next 8.5 years, I would gamble on something every day. Didn't matter if it was sports, casino, high lie, dog racing, and stuff I knew nothing about. I just needed action and I needed to escape. I just needed to feel better. And I left Goldman Sachs in 2003. I joined Prudential. I was a financial planner, which is not a good career choice for a person with a gambling problem. I was in charge of other people's money. I had access to other people's money. And from June of 2008 until February 11th of 2010, I would end up stealing over 35 checks from 11 clients for over $2 million. That was all to fund a growing gambling addiction. I was prosecuted state. I ended up getting a 6-year prison sentence in the state of New Jersey. It was 6 years because Prudential reimbursed all of my victims. Financially, they reimbursed them. And I ended up serving 4.5 years between medium security, minimum security, work farm, and then a supervised release program. And during that time, I was suspended and barred from financial services, rightfully so. And I went back received my master's in psychology while I was away in prison. I went back for some additional schooling, got my master's in psychology because I wanted to understand more about myself. But then I also knew I wanted to help other people. I knew I wouldn't make a good counselor because I get too attached. So prevention is something that I firmly believe in. And I started joining the gambling space for 800 Gambler. I was volunteering for the national helpline 800 Gambler. And then I became the assistant executive director there for 4 years in New Jersey. And from that point, I joined Epic because they were growing in the United States. I have a passion to work with athletes. I love bringing people together to talk about an issue. I love not always agreeing. That's fine. If we all agreed on something, life would be extremely boring. But I love having good conversation where we respect each other's views. And this is one of those areas where it's very polarizing. Gambling is very polarizing in America because state by state, there's different views. We can talk about this in Utah. It's going to be a way different conversation than it is in Wyoming versus New Jersey versus New York. So it's just kind of understanding the landscape. But here's what the similarities are. The similarities are younger people are being exposed to gambling at an earlier age, legal forms of gambling. And it's no longer just about the outcome of a game. Gambling has turned into the next pitch, the next play, the next sequence. It's no longer waiting 3 hours for that outcome. It's about immediate gratification. We talk about mental health. Charles, you talked about mental health right off the top. I couldn't agree more. The impact on mental health and performance of college-age students is really concerning. Performance in the classroom, performance on the field, performance in life. And the work that we do at Epic is not to tell people don't gamble or do gamble. That's not my decision to make for anyone else other than myself. I choose not to gamble because I do not have a healthy relationship with it. And that is the word that we use the most, relationship. What will your relationship be with gambling? Know the pros, know the cons, know the warning signs, understand what it potentially could turn into through lived experience, but you make your own decision. But make an informed decision because we live in a state where we talk about it, we promote recovery resources, and we're not afraid to have hard conversations. I want to thank you all for the time and the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions or any ways that I can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Good. That was very good. Do we have questions, Nick, on the internet? Any questions on the commission, from the commission? Anything out in the galley? Well, thank you very much, Dan. I really learned a lot from that. At this point, do we need a break? No? A break?
You don't want to take a 10-minute break? Keep moving. We are actually ahead of schedule.
Okay. If you want to take a break, stand up now. Oh, you can, okay. Nick, you need a break?
10-minute break?
10-minute break. 10-minute break, okay.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Slave driver.
The meeting in just a minute, please.
Okay. That's perfect.
Round them up.
I'm
Hit 'em
not-
up, move them out.
We gave them a 2 extra minute break, so they should be appreciative of us. Charlie said we were ahead a bit, so I like that. We'll try to keep it that way.
You bet.
So along that line, if you take a seat, we will get going. Yeah.
President Broussard, we've got everybody here.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. At this moment, commissioners, we will move to item number 5 on the agenda, track safety. Charlie, do you want to
Yes.
take it from here?
Yes, President Broussard, thank you. 5A, the 2023 injury report, rules, and discussion. You know, if you look, commissioners, at the memo, you know, this is a tough subject, the injuries that we encountered this summer. You have in front of you today a large document of rules and proposals, but you know, I think there's a few things I'd like to highlight before we start on this. And it's just a list. All tracks should submit a safety review annually. The permittees ask the question, what are they doing to enhance the live racing safety? Dedicated safety officers employed by the permittee to be on each one of the racetracks. There was one concern that came from our stewards that does relate to safety. It's multiple officials or one person doing multiple jobs. As it grows, as the responsibilities get more involved at the racetracks and things, we have several or a few of our folks at the racetracks that are doing multiple jobs. One in particular is a starter, is also the paddock judge, potentially as an identifier. And then just continuing education of officials, whether it's the general manager, whether it's our staff, safety officer, so on and so forth. To kind of back up just slightly here, California is coming out, I believe it's December 1st, with a regulation that speaks to the bush track regulations that we've talked about. They have a rule that will be on the books. It's going to say, basically, if you're participating in non-approved or non-recognized racing or race meets in any way, you will be denied a license in the state of California. So that's one. With that whole, you know, I don't know if we distribute this to you commissioners, but there's a photograph that would have been either distributed today or I didn't. This is a bush track, and I can pass it down here. You can see the jockey is giving the injections before they load them in the starting gates. And then also, I was very fortunate that we received this week, Mr. Lamb forwarded this to us from Dr. Stover. They reviewed all of the information that the stewards had put together, and Dr. Stover's article that's in here, plus her review. And I think Wyoming Downs maybe can go through that and explain that a little further in depth as we jump off into this thing. In your packet, and you need to kind of keep this in mind, there are 2 photographs that we have in your packets. And here's the first one. And what this shows, what you need to understand is we're dealing with not only the human athlete, but a horse. And this shows you in this picture Sometimes you can't control that horse. And the folks that have horses in the room, you understand that. You can have the best trained horse in the world, and he's going to blow a turn. You can have the best trained horse in the world, and he's going to put you in the wrong spot, and you're going to miss the loop. Sometimes in that situation, it's the rider put him in the wrong spot, maybe, but maybe not. But this shows this horse was actually won the race, spent the last maybe 20 yards bucking as he crossed the race, or crossed the finish line. Now, I know quite a bit about this horse because I did own this horse, and I was training the horse at the time. Just full disclosure, I did have this horse, and it was the weirdest situation in the world. The saddle slipped, the horse started bucking, and finished the race and won the race. The other picture you have here is in the same kind of a vein. This is a thoroughbred horse. I'm not exactly sure where this was taken, but it shows a horse is jumping his shadow on the racetrack. Actually, he's jumping, I think the quarter pole maybe, or eighth pole, I think is out. So he's jumping. So again, what does it matter to us in our rules today? We need to be keeping in mind we're dealing with an animal with this that is out of our control for the most part. We can control somewhat the riders. We can control somewhat what we all do each and every day. But we have limited control on that animal. So we need to address it with whether it's rules, whether it's regulations, whether it's policies, in a situation to where you're taking that in mind. Again, in your packet, commissioners, and you have our summary that I've provided for you. I don't know how you want to dive into that, President Broussard. It consists of 5 or 6 pages, along with the summary report. We also have in your packets the aerial photographs that can kind of give you an idea of the racetracks that we're talking about, the layout, the plans. We have 307 horse racing, Energy Downs. We have Wyoming Downs' view, and we have also Sweetwater Downs, Wyoming Horse Racing's view of their racetracks. And again, some of these photos maybe were taken a few years ago. As I'm looking at one of them, the barn area isn't completed in Rock Springs. That is completed. But what we're worried about today is the racing strip and the racetrack. Now, granted, Wyoming Horse Racing, they have expanded that turn past the wire. So that has been done. It is not necessarily reflected in this photograph, but you know, you get a pretty good idea of things.
Thank Charlie. I think pleasure of the commission. It would be good to just touch on the staff suggestions and observations that you found. Maybe briefly elaborate on and maybe have some questions on them individually.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and understand that part of these observations come from years of experience. Some of them come from your personal knowledge. And we tried to blend some of this together. It also came from opinions from our stewards, from our 3 stewards that we have, actually 4, our safety steward. So one of the interesting statistics, which has no bearing, but it is kind of interesting, 13 of the injuries, fatal injuries, happened on a Saturday. Just an interesting thing that jumped out at us. Obviously, we're not going to race on Saturday. Now, no, but that came up. And I think one of the first things we need to go through our rules and our regulations, make sure we have the best possible set of rules and regulations that address safety, track safety in the overall complexion of the racetracks that fits for Wyoming. You do, again, as I said, you've got a fairly lengthy document that's added to this with safety rules suggestions we had. And again, only suggestions, start the conversation. One of the third points, and we have the ability to do this, it's just a matter of addressing the issue, is uniform reporting of racehorses. We have that ability in the Encompass system. To do that, we will be doing that in the future, embracing that system. And what does that mean? Why does that matter? It will travel from racetrack to racetrack. It'll travel with the horse. It won't be something that's just strictly sitting in the state of Wyoming. It will travel with that horse through the rest of his life. Continue with our commitment of 100% of the racehorses being pre-race examined 100% of the time. There are additional costs associated with this and with having an additional veterinarian. Now, the question comes from the business side of this, who's responsible for that? Is that a reimbursable cost paid by the permittees? Is it something that we pick up? Those are decisions as we move into the future we need to bear in mind. Now, with that, having a second full-time veterinarian at the racetrack, that is not contemplated in our next budget. However, with that being said, there are mechanisms in place to potentially do that. But again, the question comes back, is that a reimbursable cost? Who pays for it? Again, that talks to the three-legged stool approach that we have in this. The state, the permittees, the operators, and the horsemen. All three of us have to be working and striving towards in the same direction. And we are, by the way. I think that a dedicated safety officer should be available on the track each and every day. Now, in situations in the old days or other times, your outrider is typically in those kind of positions. But we need to make sure, if that's the case, we need to make sure that outrider understands what their job is, what they have to do, and know the commitment to that. There are situations that have happened in the last year. An outrider feels like, oh, well, the ambulance isn't here. Well, they need to understand absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt, if that ambulance isn't on that racetrack or within sight, that racetrack never opens. So again, some education, and again, who's responsible for that education? And there are some articles that speak about this next one on the list. The tracks are set up for speed. This is something that we're not going to fix, the attitude, the mentality, and the approach, but I think there is some things that we can do. The quarter horse world and the thoroughbred world are looking at whether it's speed figures or whether they're looking at speed indexes. The horse is more valuable if he has a quarter horse. I can remember a lot of times I would get horses that we would be training that the sole purpose of sending that horse with me to where I was going was because we were going to a fast racetrack to where they could get a fast speed index. And as soon as we accomplished that, the horse was loaded on the van, sent back home, and went into the broodmare band. Think about that a little bit. You're taking slow horses, you're putting them on a fast track, getting an index, and then bringing them back to your broodmare band. You're maybe not necessarily elevating it, but a lot of those people were selling those horses, moving them on to somebody else. So the tracks are set up for speed. This happens in every jurisdiction. Prior to the Kentucky Derby, the track starts to tighten up. It starts to speed up. Prior to races in California at Santa Anita right now, probably not at Santa Anita right now with the Breeders' Cup, but the tracks start to tighten. They start to get, it's part of that excitement that we have with horse racing. It's part of the things that do happen in this world. They tighten up, they get faster. So logically, and again, there are some studies about this, but it's just logical. The faster you go, the more prone you are to failure. If I take my vehicle out there on the highway and run it 60 miles an hour, it's going to be prone to failure. You know, now somebody else wouldn't have a problem, but mine would. So, you know, it's problem with the speed. It's very much a problem with that speed. So we have to be aware of that. With the injuries that we had, quite a few of those injuries that were early on they were not necessarily, I would say, not because of going too fast, because they were running poorly at the time this all happened. So that doesn't necessarily maybe involve those, but then there's others that we have seen over the years and over this year that had a catastrophic breakdown after running very successfully. And again, the faster an animal goes, a car, any kind of a vehicle of any kind, airplane, whatever, there's more opportunity for failure if they're not designed for it or conditioned for it too. So there's some easy things you can do with a track that's set up for speed and continue to maintain that fast track recognition. You just dig it up a little deeper. It's maybe not as simple as just digging it up, but having it a little deeper, and you still maintain the fast track, still maintain the fast track designation, but you just add some cushion, and that will slow those speed indexes and those speeds down. Our stewards at one point last summer, you know, and again, we were in the middle of this, and they said to me on a phone call, these babies are running way too fast. Again, that speaks to the 2-year-olds, speaks to the speed. We have not gone back and looked at that for the data, but they're saying, hey, we've got a horse running down through there in 17 and change, and he shouldn't be running that fast at that age. That's nobody's fault. It's just something that does happen, but I think we could potentially look at that in a bigger picture and maybe slow some of that down. The next one that's on our suggestions, again, that came from not only myself and the observations and staff and the stewards, is come up with best practices as it relates to track safety, equipment, overall conditioning of the track. Track surface recommendations include, but not limited to, surface evaluations, third party renovation, which the third party evaluations, they're doing it. We're doing it. Renovation timelines, banking of turns, racing under certain climate conditions may be needed to be reevaluated, and racing programs need to adjust where we can. And then again, one of the things that the safety committee came up with is working together, all the operators, putting their heads together to come up with some consistency. As our racing seems to evolve in the state of Wyoming, what racetracks seemed to be workable years ago, the half-mile ovals, the smaller tracks, I believe, and I think some of the industry would say the same thing, the horses are too fast for those type of tracks now. They can't make the turns without a major renovation. They're running too fast. And this is it's improving of the breed. I think maybe we've gone beyond what those half-mile ovals were designed for at this point. And the turns, again, as we've said, are too tight. The 5/8 mile tracks, the way they're configured currently, we shouldn't, and this has been done with the one permittee, eliminating 770-yard races. They're going into the turns, it's quick, there's a lot of horses, and also eliminating potentially the 3.5 furlong races. And the tracks have done that themselves. They didn't need regulation to do that. There was comments about the 72-hour mandatory stand down for older horses, basically saying that it's not in the best interest of that equine athlete to be able to run, let's say on a Friday and come back on a Saturday or Sunday, depending on the situation. And then the younger horses, the 2-year-olds, look at an 8-day stand down or whatever it looks like. And again, now when I was racing, we would race week after week with 2-year-olds. But again, we had 6-inch cannon bones on those horses. Now we have 6.5, 7-inch cannon bones. I don't know. I haven't measured one lately, but I know they're, we had it was different. So a mandatory stand down on those babies, even if it's a mandatory stand down, if it's for the first part of the year, potentially, or something while they're still developing. And again, just some ideas we're throwing out there for consideration. Racetrack management, and we spoke about this in the last meeting, management and the horsemen need to look at rescheduling of races with an emphasis a little more on the older horses, not so much emphasis on the 2-year-olds. Again, I think track management is looking at that and potentially making some changes on that focus. Then there's another one. While this is the most phenomenal program in North America, the Wyoming Breeders' Award Fund, there's not another state that has experienced the growth, the dollars that have gone with that program. Maybe reevaluating the point distribution on that. The point distribution was done maybe 20 years ago. I'm not sure. It's been quite a while. 20 plus, I would say, maybe. But reevaluate that point system and look at, and it's kind of a hard thing to look at, but we do have situations, and again, the change maybe is only going to affect a small group, but we do have individuals that are very happy with running 7th and 8th, 9th and 10th. And because the bread money is so good, it's part of their program. So if you did make a change, it would have to be a phased maybe type of approach. You'd have to take some time, but try to get people to where they're looking at a different approach to that program. And early on, we had situations with the Wyoming bred where horses had been turned out and retired for the most part. And they said, well, the Wyoming bred program's a great program. We're going to pull them out of the pasture, get them in shape. We're going to run them and we're going to pick up some money. And that's great. That's what's made horse racing go well. That is what has put us to where, put you all out there and us to the point we are now with this tremendous success. And again, the problems that we're dealing with in this industry in Wyoming is because of success. So are they really problems, or are they more maybe just changing the navigation in the direction you're going to accommodate the expansion and the growth and things? Trainers encouraged to adopt a long-term approach to horse racing schedules, which allows for adequate periods of rest. I know we have a finite number of race days. It's weather related, so we have a small window. But just look at some of these things in a little more, I guess, maybe it's a holistic approach to some of these things. Some other things that are things that we find in overseeing at the racetracks. These horses need to be on the grounds sooner. And this gives us time to be early in the spring, gives them time for conditioning, getting them fit, getting them ready. But also being on the grounds is a safety issue, and it's a problem we find with a lot of our population is coming from the farms. We don't have any control of what's happening at the farm, nor should we. But these horses are not there, they're not available. The time frame we have now is starting to be a little problematic as far as getting the pre-race exams done, which pushes us into having to have 2 vets to get 100% of the time. These horses need to be on the racetracks sooner than what we have currently, and we can address that, make some changes, and be able to get them under monitoring. Develop and coordinate continuing education and accreditations. I'm an accredited steward. I maintain my accreditation. I have, I believe, 8 hours that I have to take this year before the first of the year to continue that. Brandy is an accredited steward. She's under that same type of a criteria. I think for you, your 8 hours won't start for a year or so maybe now. But so expand that accreditation, and the tools are there. Racing Officials Accreditation Program. We have probably one of the more knowledgeable people sitting here in the room with that program, that if you'd like to, he could sure speak to that, but maybe that's another time. It's up to you, Frank. But it encompasses, the officials, not only the stewards, but it pretty much anybody employed at the racetrack now. You can expand on that if you want to go really far down into, grooms and different things, trying to educate them a little more on the safety issues, but that's one of those longer term goals, probably. Medication. We could reduce the phenobutazolid and bute levels. We could also address the Lasix level. I would recommend not addressing that at this point. That's a huge discussion, but we are currently, the bute level shall not be in excess of 5 micrograms per milliliter in blood, and 2 micrograms per milliliter, move it to 2 micrograms. That is the national trend, lowering that threshold of bute, which is a therapeutical medication. It's an anti-inflammatory, used extensively. It's a legal medication that we do authorize that with Lasix. There's model rules with the Association of Racing Commissioners International. We have lagged behind in making that change, but maybe it's time to start addressing lowering that. Something that's interesting, we know from our laboratory the level that the horse has in them, and we see those levels. It is, I'd say 98% of the levels that we're seeing on the medicated horses at our racetracks is below the 2, which was kind of interesting. It's not that we're going to change them up much. So if we move it to 2, does that mean they're going to go to a half? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Additional security. Again, the horses are stabled on the grounds. They're off the grounds. They're coming in. We need some help from the operators where those horses are going. If you have horses that are shipping in, we have some that are going to stalls that they maintain, and we know where they're going. We got some are going to other trainers. We try to kind of have an idea where those horses are going. And when we don't know where a horse is going, and that's where the safety officer hired by the track would be helpful, would be to assist our vet in the morning, finding those horses, getting those horses. And it's a small amount of time that we do have that frustration with our veterinarian. Where's this horse at? Why wasn't he on the grounds? We announced it and so on and so forth, and we're trying to find it. Because if they're not on the grounds at what time? 11 o'clock, I believe it is. We scratch them. If they're not available, they're being scratched. So trying to help manage that. I think that's just a communication thing that we can work on. Stricter protocols as far as entries and workouts. Again, the track operators have all spoken about this. Looking at the workout rules, looking at their house rules that they have for workouts, maybe not taking workouts from different areas, maybe taking more, I don't know. But look at that and try to get something that's consistent. Scratch times was something that was a concern of the stewards. We have different scratch times for different tracks. And then again, I've already spoke about this, reducing the need for one person doing multiple jobs. And the primary issue is the starter being a paddock judge and stuff, while it works, and it has worked for years, the starter has as everything is elevated, there's more requirements of these people to make sure we're maintaining the highest of safety. So that's my long-winded suggestions. If you want me to go through the report here too and highlight the numbers, I think they're there. Back to you, President Broussard, and the commission, or the public.
We have a commission, is there an opinion? One way or the other?
Mr. President, if I could, the one thing that you brought up, Charlie, that I was interested in after reading that injury report was that a few of those horses were on a real steep training curve there. And is there a way that we could work with the operators and the horsemen to somehow make it beneficial for both parties to actually get those horses onto these tracks? It may help with track evaluation if there's actually horses running on there a little bit, and familiarize these younger horses with track and actually get them on a track. But it's something that we would have to work to make beneficial for both parties.
Yeah, and I know the operators can speak to this too, but I can respond to that a little bit. You know, 307 Horse Racing opened their race meet, I think, 4 weeks early before allowing for people to come in, I believe. And the other thing, Wyoming Downs does something that's a different twist to the same dance, so to speak. They're helping support the racing in Utah to encourage those horses to be at the track, get fit, be ready when they come to Wyoming Downs. And that's something that they're doing in a similar vein. And what are you opening 10 days prior, 2 weeks, something, whenever it's kind of weather. It's kind of a weather. And I don't, if we have 3 operators sitting here or permittees, you know, jump into this discussion, I would say, correct?
Sure.
Eugene, you're dying to say something. We know that.
We do have a traveling mic if you want to pace.
You don't want me with a track.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Commissioners, to the point that Charlie just brought up about getting the tracks on early, unfortunately, we're in a situation where we cannot open more than 4 or 5 days before the start of the race meet. As far as the older horses, they do have a familiarity with our racetrack. I know one of the things that we had this year was we had futurity trials the first weekend. And we're probably going to eliminate that because that was 2-year-olds coming onto the track, maybe jogging around it once or twice prior to the races on a Saturday. So we're going to, eliminate that at least for the first weekend and just pretty much have older horses that have been around the racetrack on there to kind of let the younger horses get familiar with morning training over, first couple of weeks to try to get them up to speed on our unique configuration.
Thank you. I think going forward, if these were numbered, we could ask each operator if they're what's their opinion of the individual ones and if they've already addressed them. I know that some of these came from you guys, so I like the 8-day mandatory wait was from your track. So after that happens, then what's not addressed by these guys kind of defaults to us.
Right.
So we don't have to address them all if they're already addressed by the operators or the horsemen or whoever it pertains to. And then what falls out of that, like the addressing the Wyoming bred program, falls solely to us.
And President Broussard, too, we have available for you as an educational piece about a maybe 5-6 minute pre-race examination video that at some point I would like to show you, whether that's first or whether that's after, that doesn't matter, but it gives you an idea what's involved with the pre-race examinations.
Commissioner Rithall, would you like to ask a quick question?
Yes, thank you, President Bizard. My question is, how many horses after 100% exams were scratched because of failure to meet the examination? And the second one, how many horses were pulled knowing they had to have an exam? Those are the two questions I have after July 16th.
That's an unknowable.
President Broussard, Commissioner Rithaller, I apologize. I do not have that information in front of me. I did have that information at the last meeting, and I do apologize for not having it, but I will circulate that. Yeah. Yes, the ballpark figure would be over a dozen horses. And what we had happen as well, once we started doing pre-race examinations, we also had trainers on their own scratching their horses. So you understand the process, how this happens. If a horse is scratched in a pre-race examination, and actually, thank you very much for this, because we need to talk about this piece. When a horse is scratched in a pre-race examination, that horse is put on the veterinary list. That is put on his list. That horse is ineligible to start not only that day, but it could be potentially the next weekend. That horse is required to work in front of the veterinarian and or stewards. And also, we are required to pull blood on that horse to make sure that they haven't medicated the horse heavily to get through that examination and that workout. They have to work reasonably, have a good effort, look like they're appearing to do the things that they need to do before they come back eligible. So we have trainers that are going, oh, shoot, maybe I better scratch this horse so he doesn't go on the veterinary list and the horse might be eligible the next round.
Thank you. My suggestion wasn't necessarily an in-person thing, but if you guys want to hit it briefly, that'd be great. But I'd also like to know, a lot of this is the track operator, pointed towards the track operator. And if you've already addressed it, then we don't have to. That's my statement. Go ahead, Frank.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. Yeah, you're correct, Mr. President. A lot of these things have been addressed, but there's a lot more work to do, always is. And so I want to just kind of go down through a list that I made while Charlie was talking, and some of the things that popped out to me and to Wyoming Downs. The first one was the last thing that Charlie mentioned about opening the track early. This year, 2 weeks before the meet started, we had 2 feet of snow on the racetrack. So that really wasn't an option. But fortunately, it got warm real fast and we were able to do the work on the track we needed to do. But something that relates to that and relates to some of the injuries that we had, and you have the letter from Dr. Stover from UC Davis, which I just received over the weekend. She's in South Africa at some racetrack thing there. But that kind of, it does confirm what we kind of were suspicious of, that because of the bad weather in Utah and other parts of Wyoming too, it was difficult for some guys to train and to get their horses sufficiently fit to run. I don't blame any of the horsemen, the trainers at all. They were in a tough position. It's a tough business. They have owners, clients that want to see a return on their investment. And They may have pushed the envelope a little bit and it didn't work out, but I certainly don't blame them if that's the case, you know, but it's just one of those situations. And I really think after looking at what Dr. Stover wrote and the whole scenario and the big picture of it, I think we're lucky we didn't have more right there early. I really am. And so that brings me to the next thing is 2-year-old racing. You know, maybe we need to, not maybe, we're going to look at how we structure that as well. And maybe not so early in the season, something like that. You know, and maybe not so many futurities. There's just a lot of opportunities for these 2-year-olds to run, and that's a good thing for the owners to get that return on their investment. But we've got to put the horse first, obviously. And so we're going to be making some probably tough decisions there. The other part of that ties all into it was timed workouts. We had traditionally accepted timed workouts from tracks that are in Utah. There are tracks that run AQHA approved races. We're not going to do that anymore. Those horses have to work out at our racetrack with our starter from our starting gate. So we know for sure that they're fit and reasonably fit and ready to run. And so, and then the other thing that jumped out at me was what Charlie mentioned, the veterinary checks. Man, that's a huge one. That's the commission, like I said at the last meeting, stepped up big time there. And I commend the commission for vet checking every horse 100% of the time. That's just, that helped immensely. As Charlie alluded to, I'm sure there were times when people chose not to run or not to enter or to scratch their horse on their own, knowing that the vet was going to be coming and looking at them. And so that was a big deal. It was prevention that was needed and worked. The time between races, between the time that a horse races and the next time it races, I think that's certainly worth looking at. And I know Mr. Joyce addressed that at his meet. And I think that's something that we all need to look at as well. The other one that was mentioned was unsanctioned racing. I think this is, for us especially, in Evanston, because we're so close to Utah, we know that there's unsanctioned racing in Utah. And we're pretty sure that one of the horses that we had that was a fatality had participated in some of those. And I think the steps that California just took on sanctioning licensees that participate in unsanctioned racing might be something that we want to look at. And that would not be well, maybe it could be the track, but it could be the commission as well. It's something we both should look at, I suppose. And lastly, the breed program that Charlie had mentioned, and he was correct. That program's been the way it's set up has been in effect for actually almost 30 years now. And basically came about because I was in front of the Appropriations Committee in the mid-90s, and we were spending this breed money, paying checks out to horsemen, and the Appropriations Committee informed me that we couldn't do that without rules, and which we didn't have any, and that we better get with it and make some. And so Ron Cook and I sat in the grandstand at Casper during the races one day, and on the back of a program wrote out the language that is in the rule book today on how those funds are distributed. So yeah, I think it could take another look. There's going to be some pushback, no question, no question. And I ran a horse this year that benefited from the way it's set up. He wasn't very fast, and so he ran back there a few times, and I got enough money to pay the training bill that month for not running very well, which honestly, it shouldn't be that way. We pay our purses 1 through 5, normally on an overnight race. It's first through fifth, get paid. If you run fifth, you get enough money to pay your jock mount. And I don't see any reason why we can't be looking at something like that for the breed program as well. I mean, it's not going to change how much money is distributed. It's just that the top 5 horses are going to get the money, and that's what it should be. Your best horses should get the money. So, and that's all of the things that jumped out at me, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Jack, would you like to go?
President Broussard.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, going back to this unsanctioned racing, and can you describe what that looks like in the California rules? Yeah, I understand, but he said that California is doing something differently?
Right. Mr. President, Commissioner Liaison Newsom, California's the first one that I know of to take some action on it. Unsanctioned racing has a few different forms. It's 99.9% quarter horse. It's surprising how widespread it is in this country. We were doing a steward's school in Saratoga this summer, Saratoga, New York, not Wyoming, and we had a presentation about unsanctioned racing there, and there were unsanctioned races going on, quarter horse races in Delaware, not far from where we were at, which was really surprising. But it's all over the country, and they'll take some very nice quarter horses. They'll go to the big sales and spend a lot of money on these horses, and we also saw a video that I wouldn't show to anyone. I would not show it to anyone because it just, what I saw made me sick to my stomach as to some of the things that the horses go through. So I think it's something that we have to look at seriously in this country, and I know AQHA is doing just that. And as a matter of fact, there was, in Ogden, Utah, at a county-owned facility on the billboard, they had this summer match races Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think 9 o'clock in the morning. And I thought when I saw that, they're starting early so those jockeys can get back to Wyoming Downs. Really. And so, I mean, it's there, it's right in our face. And fortunately, we have not heard of any unsanctioned racing in Wyoming. And there is someone tracking it. And the tracking goes back to infectious disease. That's where a lot of infectious disease in the quarter horse world comes from, because they use the same needles. They're not sanitary. If a horse has something, pyroplasmosis, for example, that's the big one, it's going to get spread around just by the same needle.
Thank you. Frank, do we have another question for Wyoming Downs people? No? Anybody out there? All right, thank you, Frank. Jack, you want to take a shot?
President Broussard and commissioners, just hopefully speaking on behalf of all 3 of us here at this table, I can tell you that we deeply, deeply care about the racing industry, how we've got here and how we're moving forward. I don't think any of the 3 of us would be sitting here if we didn't all agree that we're in this for the best interest for horse racing and the safety of horse racing. I think one of the biggest wins you all as the commissioners can take away on everything that we've done already is the safety committee in and of itself. I mean, live racing is around the corner here this next spring, and I know we're going to actively be meeting on all of these different issues to make the best plan moving forward. I think it's very exciting to know that we're all 3 working together on that, but just know that speaking for myself, but I know Eugene and Frank are the same way. We really care about why we're here and what we're doing. The workout rules, to Commissioner Torgerson's point, I really just think where we can hang our hat on not only some of this illegal racing, but how prepared are these horses? How prepared do we know these horses are? And that really should live within the workout rules to a certain extent. We're going to require that we see these horses work, how far in advance we see these horses work. So we are actively taking measures to combat some of that stuff. In regards to the opening early, I think in Gillette, we're unique in the fact that we're the first race meet of the year. You know, the concern of Wyoming Downs or even Wyoming horse racing opening early, in terms of how prepared these horses are, maybe isn't as relevant. I'm the first race meet. We in Gillette are the first race meet. So we need to make sure these horses are on grounds. We're getting to look at them. We know that they're prepared to race. That was the main incentive behind opening early. There's obviously a cost associated to opening early, right? But again, I think when it comes to safety and the industry standard, you know, we all put money aside to a certain respect. And opening early for us in Gillette is a big deal for Gillette, but I think it ultimately helps the industry at large throughout the year. And to the commission's stance on really looking at these horses 100% of the time, at 100% of the horses is a huge, huge step. So we really are taking steps in the right direction here. I think it's exciting, and we're going to make racing better in Wyoming every year. So I'll stand for any questions. And the breed program, completely agree with everybody and what's been said, is it would not hurt to retake a look at that. We should be incentivizing better horses, better racing, and you do that by incentivizing, you know, that in and of itself. I also think a percent of that money could possibly be allocated to purses directly. And I know that's been mentioned in the past, but that's also typically how that works in other jurisdictions as well. So it's exciting, and do know that we are actively working on making this a safer industry in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Do we have a question for Mr. Greer? Nothing, Nick, out there? Okay. So Eugene, you want to go?
I echo just about everything that Frank and Jack have mentioned. You know, the one thing I would tell you, and I know I'm kind of like a broken record on it, is just track maintenance and taking care of the racing surface. And I think that when you look at anything that happens on the racetrack, that's the first culprit they look to. And I think that, you know, when Charlie and I talked 13 years ago, we talked about raising the bar across the board, and I think that we've made some good progress. But I think also, you know, we need to look at that. All the operators need to look at it to make sure that that's one of the things we can eliminate when there are breakdowns. I mentioned before to this commission, I believe in control the controllables. And one of the things, the main thing that Wyoming horse racing focuses on is on the racing surface. Now, we've had some things that have come up this year that technically are kind of things that you don't focus on, but when you see a problem, when you see something happen, you have to react. And that's why, you know, the first thing we did was we reduced the number of 2-year-olds in a starting gate from 10 to 8, okay? So there's less bouncing around, less things going on. When we had horse clip heels in a turn, I realized there were 2 catastrophic accidents. And when I say catastrophic, involving the jockeys, 12 of horses, over the last 3 years. And so, can I train every single jockey to be able to ride that turn perfectly? Probably not. We have too many new riders coming in and what have you. And so we've eliminated the 3.5 furlongs to 770s. The other thing I noticed was that 2 of the horses that were injured on our track, one had run 6 days ago, the other had run 4 days previously. And so, you know, we addressed that. So, you know, there are certain things that we are going to be working on going forward, trying to reposition the finish line. We're still working on that turn to make it safer, make it wider, extend it out. And so it's an ongoing thing. But at the end of the day, I think where we as an industry need to be is that when things do happen, we can eliminate causes for these things. And again, I'll tell you, there are going to be horses that are going to get on the track that probably shouldn't be on the track. And so the question is, what can you control in that situation? And again, I go back to track maintenance is the one thing, because a kind racetrack will help a horse that maybe shouldn't be on it. A bad racetrack, you're going to find every defect in that horse. And I'm not. This is not meant to point fingers or anything, but I will tell you that we are dedicated to do everything we can to help the industry. We've shared equipment with other operators. I'll offer my guy, Clint Frischnet, who I think is one of the best track superintendents I've ever worked with. Now, we've been working together for 13 years, so we have a lot of consistency when it comes to that area of our racing program. But if it's equipment, if it's knowledge, if it's sharing best practices, I'm telling the two other operators, I'm willing to help any way we can so that we as an industry, because if something bad happens at one track, we share that pain across the board, and we need to eliminate that going forward.
Thank you, Eugene. Any questions?
Yeah,
for
Mr.
Eugene?
President.
Yeah. Go ahead, Roger.
Eugene, I'm also on the Fair Board there in Sweetwater County. I know that the part of the problem with you opening up early is that schedule that they have there that summer. Is there anything else, like rules-wise or anything, that makes that even more difficult that would somehow allow you to operate, to get practice, allow some practice time on that track? Is there anything else that's in the way, or?
Yeah, there's a couple things. Obviously that we have the Royal Crown barrel racing thing. That's an immovable object at this point. And it's not the racing surface, it's the barn area. We try to get on that track as early as possible, but we have no place to put horses to allow them to get on the track. I mean, we could get the track prepared earlier. We have the equipment, we have the manpower to do it. That being said, this is part of our ongoing cooperation or communication with the Sweetwater Events Complex. And Candy and Drew Dunn and their crew do an excellent job. And, one of the things that on one of the pictures of the overview of the barn area, I don't know if you noticed, but there was no fence around our barn area. And that was something that 3 weeks ago after the race meet, we talked with Candy, and we're going to have that fenced off to separate the motocross guys from the horse racing guys when we get started. And again, we also communicate in that we're talking to them to see if they can't move their event. I would tell you, as the horse population grows, we're still stuck with our calendar, but where I would see the increase in horse racing is me being able to maybe, shorten my meet or add days by adding Fridays or Thursdays or what have you. Because, I think it was 3 years ago, Arapahoe wasn't running, and we were filling 3 days a week like you couldn't believe, because we had this influx of these Colorado horses. So now as it grows, I mean, that's, increased race days, and that's purse money versus race days and what have you. But as we get increased purse money into it and more horses, that's where I think you can add race days. We're adding 2 race days and going to 18 this year. And how did we do that in a 7-week schedule? We added 2 more Fridays. So But I can't say enough about the cooperation we have in Sweetwater County and with the events complex staff. And it's been a really good working relationship, and we're dedicated. We still have a building. We're going to be building a new race office and jocks room. We continue to work with them on that. But we do short-term planning, long-term planning with them. What if, can we get this, and again, the county commissioners have dedicated a certain percentage of HHR revenue to go back to the events complex to help improve the facility. So with all the troubles we had this year, I'm really optimistic about the future of horse racing in this state. And I think that we might be experiencing some growing pains, but I believe that Wyoming Downs and 307 and ourselves are dedicated to improving the racing product across the board and to make it safer and better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Any questions for Eugene? Nothing? All right. Yeah, go ahead, Cactus.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're lucky to have three operators sit here elbow to elbow, willing to collaborate and make this a better state and better conditions to operate under. Obviously, the agriculture industry and horse racing itself understands the importance of this, certainly within people that own horses and want to see a return. There's a push for things to happen. There's lots of factors, but you guys working together and having this kind of attitude goes a long ways for us to be able to help each other and make it better, because certainly with all of the interest coming up in this state, if we don't do it right, we're asking for a lot of wrecks in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Is there anyone from the trainers or from horsemen, other horsemen, that would have a perspective before we move on? Oh, okay.
President Broussard, we had mentioned the bush track racing. So trying to kind of move some things. Is that something you'd like to see at the next meeting as far as a rule and a regulation in a as fine-tuned format as possible? And would you like to do that in a motion?
Sure. Would someone like to make?
You're interested in that? Yeah.
Move. I'm guessing, are you saying to gather potential rules from that exist, or just some suggestions for potential rules regarding the?
President Broussard, currently the California Racing Commission does have a rule. It's a relatively simple. It's a very simple rule. This would be something that we could plug into, I believe, Chapter 2, which is a small chapter. And so it's not a real big lift for us here to get this in a final format that you could look at the next meeting. I think it also kind of tries to break the apple up a little bit and start eating it somewhat and get some things moved forward if this is of your interest.
Well, do we need a motion, or is it just in the minutes? Do we?
I think it'd be good to have it in the motion.
Okay.
It's a positive situation, something that we're doing, and if you'd like. Sure.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back with a potential rule regarding bush racing, off-track racing, non-sanctioned racing.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Dick. All right. Any discussion regarding that?
I have some discussion, Mr. President. Charlie, how far have you shared this document? Has the safety committee seen this?
Yes, the safety committee has seen this.
Have you gentlemen seen this? These Wyoming Commission.
It was forwarded to you a week
safety
ago.
rules? Okay.
Yeah.
And so is that going to be the basis of the rules you're going to come back with?
No, this would be a separate piece moving forward. The safety rules, and this would potentially see this to be plugged into our Chapter 2, where we have a lot of the conduct. It's conduct of racing, unacceptable practices, whether it's, abusing a horse, anything like that in there.
Where are we
That's a
going?
whole nother document there that we would be dealing
Where are we
with.
going with this document? Where are we going with this document?
That's our next step today, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
That motion, does that also include the unsanctioned racing
I think that's.
for that? Is that
Yeah.
even the same, the bush track?
Bush track.
Thank you.
Yes,
Just
sorry.
wanted clarification.
Any other questions or concerns? Anything, Nick? Anything out there? No. Okay, then we'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Have a hand up.
Oh. Is that Dan? Dan, do you have a question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, President Broussard, members of the commission, and I really hate to bring this up, but since we're going into this world, and I didn't think I would be the one who would say this, but I feel there's a necessity that we examine, assuming that HISA becomes caught through all the court cases, et cetera, the law of the land, that we consider and look into the possibility and of coming under the fabric of HISA. I just think it goes hand in hand with what you're talking about here, that we have a duty to examine whether that's should be part of our fabric, and our personnel should examine that issue and make a recommendation to the commission whether or not that should be part of the way we operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I think we crossed that bridge. Come to it.
Well, President Broussard, and to address a little bit of Commissioner Schiffer's, basically the document, because I think we've kind of segued into the rules document now with that comment, that is, majority of that is HISA rules. That's where that document came from. There were a few other edits made to it, but minor. And as I'd said a minute ago, we'd shared that with the safety committee. I know a few of the people have reviewed it. It's still in its infancy. It's not ready for approval to move forward today. But from hearing the conversations and from Mr. Joyce, Mr. Greer, and Mr. Lamb, I think there's some things that we can edit out of that document that reduces the size of it. These are things that they're doing and they're already been done that we don't need to be micromanaging on, and then come back with a cleaner document when we're done. So we're basically talking about two things. We'll come with the Chapter 2 revision, which would potentially include the bush track, unsanctioned racing rules, and then come back and work on the set of rules that you see here today with the safety, and make some edits to that that reduces some of that burden on them because they're already doing it. But this is HISA. This is a HISA rule. And as Mr. Lamb said earlier to me this week, he said, well, there's about maybe 4% of that that's good. Maybe it wasn't even that much. But it's a starting point for us. It's a place to start.
All right, thank you. Is that what you want to do, start on that?
Well, I'd mentioned we do have the video for an education piece for you about pre-race examinations, what goes into it. It's a very short video. And Mr. Joyce had also mentioned with their permitting, they had submitted us a video as well on track maintenance. It might be some good information if nobody's offended by any of it. Pre-race exam just kind of shows you briefly, 5 minutes.
Yep.
Nick, if you have it, you can kind of see how those exams are done. And this is exactly the way we're doing it, just not on a pavement.
What are you really looking at when you're doing either a revamp or
Well, what this is
pre-race examinations. That was the hot button issue back 20 years ago. And not all jurisdictions do it. So again, I commend Director Moore and his staff for taking the bull by the horns. And again, I think when you see those numbers, over a dozen, it might be, over 20, but those are horses that didn't get to go on the track. And so that's a good outcome that we identified them early enough and took them out of that rotation. and prevent us all from a lot of heartache. So, and again, I think the message is being delivered loud and clear in the barn area, and Director Moore mentioned it again. You know, that a lot of trainers are, okay, you know, this is a new day, this new era, so save myself a lot of heartache. If it's questionable, we're not going to run the horse. And so that's a good outcome for our entire industry.
Thank you, Eugene. Go ahead, Charlie. You got a question?
President Broussard, you know, and the video shows you just what Mr. Joyce had said. It takes time. You know, pursuant to our rules, you know, we only have a short window, so that's one of the changes that we need to make. But we had everybody on board allowing for those checks to be done earlier. We were starting those, I believe, at 7 o'clock, maybe, something like that in the morning. Dr. Erickson was there, and we had a second vet helping him at certain times. And that's a long day. It's a big responsibility. What's interesting is the responsibility that goes with that when you're watching these horses go down on the racetrack. While that's his job, and it's my job to have to deal with it too, the stress that he was under during that time, you know, there's not a person in this room that really understands it other than maybe me, and I don't get it fully. But I also know that same thing is with the three operators as well and the horsemen, you know, and so it's to everybody's benefit to come up with some, you know, figure out what's reality, what's perceived, make some changes where we can. We're starting to do that. You know, there is another video that is available if you wanted to take the time and see another one. And, you know, we had received it in the permitting packet, and I feel like, and I can either circulate this to you all after the meeting, commissioners, if you'd like to. It's just track maintenance. It is provided to you via one of our permittees. It's a very informative thing for you to see and maybe ask some questions when you're done with it. What goes into it? What goes into it for each and every one of these people? That's up to you. What, 15 minutes at the most? 14? That's up to you, commissioners.
We could wait.
Run it.
Wait till the end of the day if you want.
Yeah, it's probably better suited going into these rules. I think, you know, or not at all today. That's up to you.
Well, I have a question for the last group, if you don't mind. So on the injury report, the list of injury, do you guys, anybody have the answer to how many were checked prior to the race of the fatalities? Is that something known?
Yes, we have that information. It was provided at the last meeting. I don't have that again in front of me right now, but I'll circulate that again. It was in the packet last time. Yes, yes, very small number. Three. Yeah, thank you, Brandy. Yeah.
Okay. So the question right now is, do we want to watch the 15-minute video on track maintenance?
Any strong opinions?
I heard a sure. I don't know.
A lot of
Is that what you
shrugs,
wanna
so
do?
I mean, okay.
Or not.
It's optional, so we'll play it. If you don't want to watch it, then you can take a break. If you
break.
I'll make it optional. Okay,
Let's watch it.
cue it up. We'll binge watch it. How many episodes are there?
Just one. While we're teeing that up, just to, yeah, we don't need that. While he's teeing that, while he's teeing that up, I can just let you know, in our agenda, we do have any of the rules that we do not get to today that's on, we can carry that over tomorrow. I fully expect that to maybe happen, and that's okay. We have it on the agenda that way. Some of the folks online were saying there's a video. So thank you for providing that in your packet that you provided for the commission this year. And it's so important for, we're really trying to educate you all, the commission, what goes on, what happens. So you're making informed decisions. On to the rules, I believe, at this point that we have here. I don't know how you would like to attack these. If you would like for me to take some of the comments and different things we've received today, commissioners, and make some edits and come back at the next meeting to address these rules. I said earlier on these rules, these are basically HISA rules. So yes, this would accommodate the concern that Commissioner Schiffer had. And then we made a few edits to make them work for Wyoming. Again, they're not ready for prime time today. I'm not at all anticipating that at all. I can go to the different categories, summarize them. It's whatever you would like to do.
Well, we have somebody raring to go. Frank, you want to take it?
Sure, I'll take a shot. Mr. President, members of the commission. As was noted, these are HISA rules. And I, through another thing that I do that was mentioned earlier through the ROPE program, had an opportunity to be one of the people that went through these 2 years ago before they were finalized. There were a lot of us that tried to work on them and help make them workable rules. Most of us didn't get listened to. To me, this is a very good example of how the federal government works. They threw out a lot of rules. There are very few racetracks in the country that comply with these rules. Very few. But federal government had an answer for that. Said, well, you know what? If you can demonstrate that you're making an attempt to follow them, then you're okay. And what kind of rule is that? So that's how these rules are in effect right now all over the country. But most of the tracks can't fully comply. If you read them, I mean, it's a regulatory nightmare, I call it. And so I think we in Wyoming are a little smarter than that. And I think we can take a common sense approach and we can do exactly what the statute says that the commission can do, is make reasonable rules. That's the word in the statute. And so I do not believe that these are reasonable. Now, there are some things in there that are good. Don't get me wrong. And there's some things in there we're already doing. But to go through this stuff again I'm already getting heartburn looking at it just. So I would encourage the commission to look at the things we've discussed of what's happened here in Wyoming and work on those. And now, if as Commissioner Schiffer mentioned, and I feel his pain, I know where he's coming from about knowing that this may be the law of the land. But as long as we're not sending our signal out of state, it's not the law of Wyoming. And so, but that could change too. They could figure out a way around that down the road. So if that happens, then it's not going to be up to the commission anyway. Those rules are going to be in effect through HISA. If this state is playing with HISA. So I hope we don't spend too much time on these. I think we can do a lot better.
Thank you, Frank. Jack or Eugene?
Mr. President, I echo Frank's remarks. A couple things. you know, when you're taking care of a sick horse, when you go to the barn every day, you ask yourself, is he getting worse or is he getting better? You know, if he's getting better, you keep on doing what you're doing. If he's getting worse, then you're going to change things up. And I think some of the stuff we talked about earlier is our attempt to use common sense approach and to make racing better. And we can judge it on those merits. And then the last comment I'd make regarding this stuff is the definition of a camel is a horse designed by committee. And these rules are kind of like that. I mean, they're, like Frank said, it's almost impossible to do it. You'd have to hire almost a dozen people to implement it all. But I think it's incumbent on us as industry stakeholders and you as the commission, the regulator, to work together to make our industry better. And I think we can achieve that goal.
Thank you. Jack, do you have something to say?
President Broussard, Commissioners, just simply going to echo Frank and Eugene here. I think we've already made drastic strides in the right direction. I think these are good rules for you all to see and know where they came from, but ultimately I think what we're doing together in Wyoming for Wyoming horse racing has already been a huge positive, and we're headed in the right direction. And I'll leave it there, but these guys did a great job saying where we're at with these rules, so thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Do we have someone in the audience that would like to make a comment? Anybody on the no? Commissioners, you go open up to, yep, Sandy would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What do we have for safety rules now in the rules currently? Are there track safety provisions at this point in time?
At this point, it's fairly minimal. You know, there's basics. You have to have an ambulance, so on and so forth, medical staff on hand. The track is to be maintained in I don't remember the exact language, but maintained in adequate condition, good condition. So we've got a few things in there. And you know, I think the commission just, you know, to answer that, I've answered your questions, but I think to kind of go a little further into this, you know, again, the intent of these rules were to show you all what's out there and let you all look at this, hear testimony, and make a decision on how you want to move forward with these. And what part of it maybe you do want to continue to go a little further with. So, and if it's better for you at the next meeting to extract from our current rules everything that pertains to safety, I can do that. That's a very simple.
I think I'll just, yeah, go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you. From a standpoint of writing rules, I would rather see us take the rules we currently have and add to them as need be, rather than take an extensive set of rules from the federal government and detract from them. I think that might be a better way to get to where we want to be. But I'm not in the business of rule writing. I will make that disclaimer right up front. And but it seems like we should take what we currently have and address the issues that came up in the safety meeting, rather than trying to dissect this, you know, can we have shockwave therapy, or what's the size of a crop?
Well, we already addressed shockwave therapy in our current rules.
Right, so.
And some things like that.
So I think if we would look at our current rules and then maybe look at how those need to be changed rather than rewriting the whole thing would be my preference. But once again, I don't write rules and I'm a non-voting member of this particular committee.
So I have a question to the commission. So carrying on from the good work of the safety committee, I find there's 23 points they had. Am I right? Counted bullet points, but that doesn't include the bush races. But so that makes 24 points that were brought up and addressed. I guess about off Sandy. If we were to take some of those concerns and sift through rules and maybe bring those to us that address the 23 points, is that's something we'd like to see done? Please help me out here. Comments?
President Broussard?
Yes.
Looking at some of these bullet points and then looking at these rules, these proposed rules, I'd like to see the staff, the commission staff go back and propose something else, because there's certain things in these rules, and then there's even certain things in the proposed bullet points that those policies, so to speak, should be retained by the operators. We shouldn't put any rules that within, or we shouldn't put anything within our rules that if there's a new tech that comes out, or if there's an issue that comes out, that the operators are going to be suppressed and they're not going to be able to exercise their best decision-making ability. So even we're looking at something about concussion protocol in here. I mean, you could just require something that each operator is required to come up with a plan and let them see what fits for them. So I'd like to see a combination of that, but also retain some of the authority and power within the operators to exercise their best.
So if I get you right, so we look at the 24 points, determine what pertains to the commission specifically, and then ask staff to find a body of rules that may address those problems or concerns. Am I shooting close? The things that don't pertain to us, that are the operator's responsibility, or the operators want to take responsibility for, then I guess we just need confirmation on that bullet point that that's happening, and then we don't need to address it. Is that fair?
Yeah, Mr. President,
Go ahead, Roger.
as a member of the safety committee, I think that's the way I would like to address it, is address those things in particularly, as she was saying, and not bring in a bunch of extraneous stuff along with it, and address issues as they come. And yeah, I'm not comfortable taking a kind of something else that was written by another body and just automatically incorporating that. I'd rather look at each individual item and address it as we choose to.
President Broussard, so if I'm hearing this right, what you'd like to do is take the bullet points, see which ones should be in rule and which are already being done by the operators, and then place those in the appropriate spot in our current rules.
Or find rules or examples of rules, or we come up with the words that address the problems that are our responsibility. Is that clear enough from?
Yeah. And is that in the form of a motion?
Well,
or is
we
that
can, not at the moment, but I'm guessing we can make that happen.
But I understand my marching orders.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay. So Commissioner Bull has a motion, and the motion is sort of what we just said.
It's pretty simple.
Okay.
We'll fix it.
Find the points that
It's to
pertain
take
to
the
us.
bullet points that were presented today and place those into our rules where appropriate.
Okay.
And
we'll go from there.
And go to the next
Okay.
step.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Roger. Do we have some more discussion?
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
The only thing I would say to you guys is I made myself go through this, and I knew we would hear that this is too much. But virtually every subject that they covered in here is a subject that needs to be talked about. And so if we're going to leave something out, you ought to have good objective reasons for why we don't need to cover that. This is very comprehensive. Somebody spent some time on this. And in virtually every subject they raised is a legitimate concern. So if we're going to say we're not going to worry about this in Wyoming, we better have a good objective reason for being able to say that. And in some respects, you ought to use this document as a good starting spot. You know, we're not going to include the commission veterinarian, and here's why. We're not going to do the safety committee in each one of these tracks, and here's why. You know, because even though it was too much, and even though I'm open to doing things intermittently, you know, we need a responsible response to this kind of comprehensive review. And I ask that you do that. And I'd ask that the commission have that kind of response.
Yeah.
That's all I have. I'm going to vote for the motion, by the way.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll, you have a comment, question?
I do, thank you. Back to document the comprehensive response. I understand it fully, but I also believe the best operators do the best doing it the right way without trying to force them into it. And when you come up with a document like this, I think it puts a lot of these operators into a corner trying to look like they're doing the right thing, when in fact, when I look out at the three of you, I believe you guys do the right thing as a whole. And I really appreciate the approach that when something's going wrong, we look strongly at dealing with it. But, you know, when you look at the problems we've had this year, you can come up with 1,000 rules to deal with the horse problem we had. And none of them are going to stop what happened until you can identify what it is. And that's, to me, is sit down, figure out if you're having problems at the tracks, and then add to your rules, but don't make a volume that is so difficult that it makes it hard to operate these tracks. Because I was gifted to get a chance to go both to Gillette and Evanston this year and watched what you guys go through to put on races. And I really don't think you need to have another 30 pages of rules put on you unless you're violating the rules. And I get it, it's going to be a black eye when somebody violates them, but it'll be one anyway. You can put 100 pages and still not make it work. So I'm one of the ones, I'll stick my neck out and say, I'm pretty hardcore opposed to really just doing these books of rules. It's very difficult to run. And if you run a business, you get to learn how tough it is to try to fall within all these rules. And it's hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'd also, we're having this discussion still, we haven't voted on it, but for the next meeting, I'll have to echo Commissioner Bowl, go through the rules, and if there's something that the 24 points don't address that you think is important, we'll please bring it up, and we'll tackle that as a commission.
And commissioners, that's a very easy thing to do. For instance, if you just look at these rules the way they're listed out, they're already bulleted and set up for comments one way or the other. So Racetrack Safety and Welfare Committee, check. We've done that. We're doing that. Required safety personnel. You know, we're missing a few of the pieces they have here. Why not? Why? Safety steward. We have a safety steward in place. So we can go down through that and drill that down with pluses and minuses and explanations to go along with that supporting documentation for you.
Thank you for that. Do we have more comments before we call the vote? Frank?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. You know, we're not the only state having problems with this stuff, as we've mentioned before. So I know that Judy Horton was at the AQHA challenge races last week, and at the racing committee there was quite a discussion. And there's other states, most notably New Mexico, I believe, because they run quarter horses like we do, that are looking at rules to deal with this same thing, and some very innovative rules, I might add. And I think that, and I mentioned it to Charlie the other day, that, you know, New Mexico is coming up with some things we ought to maybe be looking at. So there's other resources out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Charlie? Commissioner Ritholler, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, President Broussard, before we vote on the motion, is there any possibility somebody could say exactly what we're voting on, except for almost? Isn't how it's going to be appear in the minutes?
My understanding was my motion was.
Yeah, turn your mic on. Your mic is on.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Ritholler, my understanding of my motion was we were returning this set of rules to the director. He was going to work on a new document which was more targeted towards Wyoming and which would incorporate the relevant rules into our existing rule and into our existing rules. And that was going to be done by the next meeting. And that's kind of a long-winded explanation of my understanding of my motion.
Thank you very much. Do you have a second, Mr. President?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I would make a second to
Oh,
that.
sorry, I thought you were asking me if I had a second. We have hours.
No, I mean, do you have a second already?
No, yeah, we do. We have a
Okay.
second.
Well, Mr. President, I was the one that seconded it, but I guess I have a slightly different understanding is that we were going to kind of gather that information together so that as a commission that we could look at it before it actually gets written.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, so
See, I thought he was going to have a draft of a document that we.
he's going,
Well, okay, I
sorry,
get-
staff
yeah.
are going to,
And a draft is the simplest way to
just-
do it.
Staff
Then
is
you
going
can
to
see
draft, yeah.
where it's
Yeah, we-
placed.
some potential rules that address the 24 points and/or anything else that we
Right.
think is necessary to add.
And then
at the moment.
Yeah, and we're not committed to anything at that time.
Right.
No,
Okay, so my second stands.
We have to start starting place.
okay, we'll get it back under control. Anyone have a second? I got it.
I said it.
All right, any more comments before we vote? Dan, is your hand up? Oh, go ahead, Cactus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Some of the best documents are some of the simplest ones, and I think the simpler we keep this, the better it'll be.
Thank you. Wise man. Any other comments? Anything on the phone? Oh, Dan, you have a question.
Mr. President, just, I think that there's the rules and then there's the cost of implementing those rules. And realistically, we've got to look at that as well. I mean, I don't know what it's going to cost to have some of these things happen, in our racing and write rules all day. But if we can't afford it or we don't have the funds to implement it, I mean, I don't see much use in this exercise. So I think tangentially, we've got to look at that aspect as well as just the rules. Thank
Sure,
you.
well, I think, Dan, that's the process. We're going to look at each rule and see if it's relevant, affordable, et cetera, and then we'll vote and decide. But we don't know what the rules are at the moment, so we don't know what they'll cost. Okay, any more comments? Okay, seeing none here. Sorry, Dick, you had some? Okay. Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. All right, thank you, Charlie.
President Broussard, just quickly, this is a very successful exercise this afternoon. This is exactly the direction that is staff. We need that input, that discussion. And, very intentionally bringing you the copy of the HISA rules to look at, to see what the industry, so thank you for that. The two motions you made are
All right, good. Thank you.
appreciated.
So we have a document that shows one end of the scale at the present time where we're sitting is on the opposite. So we just need to find a common sense place somewhere in the middle there. All right. Anything? Amen.
Now, if you want it by the next commission meeting, if you say that is tomorrow,
Yeah.
then we got a little problem. But I could do it between now and then, I know. I understand. Thank you. So real quick, President, we are running close on time today. There is going to be some things that are going to have to be carried over. I'm thinking we do potentially have an executive session that we need to have yet this afternoon prior to adjourning. Our next piece on the agenda is skill-based amusement games. And items 6A and B are intended to basically what's working, what's not working from the industry. We have very good participation here this afternoon from the skill-based amusement game participants. I don't know what we have with the online sports wagering people that have joined in, if anybody today. So we can move, potentially we can move kind of quickly through this. So
Let me ask a quick question. So what time is the drop dead time you'd like to go into executive session?
we have some flexibility, not really very much. The tours, we have to be out of this building probably by 6 o'clock. For the building, we are scheduled to be at the Office Bar and Grill at 5:30. Now, if we needed to, because of timing, we could eliminate one of those tours and just go directly to the meet and greet. And again, everybody here is invited. It's on the agenda. It's been posted on the agenda at Rocca's Pizza, meet and greet. There is light hors d'oeuvres being served. The rest of it is up to you all.
Thank you. So, Mike, how much time do you, how much time do you expect you need for the
We need to
executive
walk
session?
out of here if we're going to continue with the tours of the skill-based amusement games and do the Derby Club, we need to walk out of here at 5:15.
5:15, and how much time do you think, in executive session?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So doing the math, we need to go in about 5:05, right? Maybe a little bit. So we'll try to shoot for executive session at 5 o'clock.
Now, we can be late, our agenda, we just can't be early on our agenda.
Okay.
So if we're going to be at the Office Bar and Grill for a quick look through, if we're late getting there, we're okay with that. If we're early, that's a problem. We can't do that.
Well, looking at the agenda, if you guys would like to tackle item 6A, could we do that in 15 minutes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I propose that we move, maybe take one of these off before tomorrow. Okay.
So moving forward, item 6A, skill-based amusement game rules and regulations. If you want to move up, folks, you can, or if you just want to wait, that's totally up to you. What I would envision, we're going to go through them chapter by chapter. If you have comments or concerns, bring those up to us. What's working, what's not. How do you want to tackle these? And those were circulated in the packet, the rules. Or if you don't have any problems with what we're doing, we can move on.
I think we're good.
That's what you want to hear.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jonathan Downing with Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. We had reviewed the circulation of the rules that had been distributed. We didn't notice any substantive changes from what's currently on file, and so at this time, we did not.
It'd be zero.
Thank you. And Executive Director indicated zero, but with respect to the rules right now, we've not had any major concerns coming up from our operators that I'm hearing about. Would say that we do appreciate the commission's openness to when we have had challenges to be able to address those, and thank Director Moore on some of those, as well as on staff on that end. So right now, we don't have anything on that end. We'll certainly let you know there are those little things that sometimes come up operationally that are sometimes missed, and go from there. Any questions of our operators or anything like that along those lines?
I have, excuse me,
Go ahead,
President
Charlie.
Broussard. And again, this is designed to, if you have problems, bring it to us, but you also know we have an open door. We will be addressing the current statutes that passed. We will be implementing those changes into our rules. We had originally planned on having those done today. We just didn't get to it, any of the changes that we need to make. Now, one thing that jumps out at me that's on on first chapter 1-2, where we define what the half wall is that problematic? 46 inches. I had heard from Mr. Laramendi that, there was maybe some concerns. Was the wall too high? Should it be lower? But I just, if this is a problem, get with us in the future and maybe we can come up with something that maybe potentially work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we'll certainly be in contact on that end. I do know there were some concerns for some of the new folks a few years ago, and I appreciate the comments from Commissioner Schiffer, but there had been discussion about a slot accounting system about a year ago about this time. Discussion at that time had been, what's the cost of that type of regulation and what are you trying to accomplish with that? Just laying that out there, if that does come up again for some of the new folks, we'd like the opportunity to brief you on why some of those things make sense versus others. I, a long time ago, used to do the books for a grocery store. The tills on our grocery store registers contained much larger amounts of money in those tills than are currently in our skill game machines. And so when you're looking at trying to do some of those types of things, that's where it's going. What's the purpose of the regulation? What are you trying to accomplish there? And then let's start from that, as well as what does the cost of regulation look like that, and in that respect. And with some of the work that we appreciate from the governor and leadership within the legislature, as far as looking to try and find more efficient ways within government, I think that that's a critical piece as far as how does that work out within that overall market.
Thank you. Point taken. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? John? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, crew, do we want to take a look at 6B?
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. 6B is online sports wagering. We did get a request, and we're going to look into this from one of our vendors to add some language to the geolocation services and the expectations. Mr. Steinberg and I have both reviewed this request, and it's very possible we'll come out with a directive. In the geolocation chapter in our rules, there is the ability to add those guidances through a directive, so that will be forthcoming. And if there's nobody else, the same type of a situation that we have with the legislation that was passed this year, we will implement that into these rules. And I know we've reached out to our operators with the sports wagering on any of their questions, any concerns they had to bring up for today's meeting. And we had no problem, no responses back from them. These are actually, from what we're understanding out there in the market, these have turned into a model type rules, so it means a lot. That says a lot for you all and the agency, what we put together for sports wagering. That's all I have.
Thank you, Charlie. I know that 6C was going to take more time than we have, I would guess, unless we want to start the conversation. I know Tom came. Do you want to? Okay. That's what I was leaning towards. Okay. Tom, do you have something you want to put? You want to come up and discuss? We'll just go maybe another 15 minutes. Unless we need to go another second. Yeah, go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank Lamb again with Wyoming Downs. Hopefully we can do this in less than 15 minutes, so that would be great. So in your packet, you have the letter from Tracy Laycock, who is here to answer any questions as well, of a proposal that would simply allow us to use the rules of the professional sanctioning body to apply to all approved rodeo events. That's the simple solution to all of this, rather than having a lot of rules pertaining to each rodeo event in our rule book. And this came from a discussion that happened earlier this year in Torrington at the steer roping, the finals steer roping. And basically the executive director of the PRCA told a group of us that if it was a PRCA rodeo, they had to follow PRCA rules. And so we got to thinking about that. Yeah, there was no question about it. And so we got to think about that. Well, maybe we could do it this way. And I know there's been some discussion with Mr. Kaler on this, but I think that we can maybe add a little bit to that and satisfy some of Mr. Kaler's concerns by having a date on it, the rules by this certain date. But there's also another option, and I don't know if I might as well throw it out there. We were talking about it, and the licensing part of this, the permitting part, is a big part. If you don't dot your I's and cross your T's in your licensing permitting process, you're not going to get a license. So when we do it with our live horse racing events, we have to say how we're going to, what kind of wagers we're taking, what kind of horses we're running, what kind of purses we're paying, that sort of thing. There's several questions that we have to answer. So we thought that maybe that would be a good thing to have in the licensing process as well, that the rules for the event of a rodeo event would be the rules presented at the licensing application time as those rules stand at that time. And so the rules would actually be presented with the application. So therefore, if we were doing the steer roping, the national final steer roping, for example, when we put in that application, we would put in the rules, the steer roping rules of the PRCA for that one. So those are the things that we're kind of throwing out there for you to consider. And we think it's a common sense approach to this problem. And so we can get going with this. If it's not going to, the other thing about it is, the commission always has the ultimate authority anyway. So if this isn't, if there's a problem with it, that can be addressed. And again, it goes back to the old horse racing days. They didn't just start horse racing with a big rule book when horse racing started. They had very little. But as a problem came up, there was a rule written to address it. So that's how we ended up with a big rule book. But it took 150 years to get there. So I think this would be a great way to get this thing off the ground if the commission would consider that.
President Broussard, if I might just add, I would direct the commission to Chapter 6, which is specifically what Frank is referring to. That's the 60 days prior to the live event, you have to do an application. And so it would be simply adding into subsection J, which is on page 6-2, that when you present that parimutuel application for the live parimutuel event, you would include the professional association's rules for that event to be approved by the commission. And I think that would be a really easy way to handle it. It would allow flexibility. It would allow more associations to participate. But ultimately, the Gaming Commission would be the final arbiter on whether or not those rules were sufficient for the event to have parimutuel wagering.
So at your suggestion, so one of the staff would review the license application, which would include rules for the rough stock or the whatever event, and then they would have an up or down, pass or fail. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, that would be, Mr. President, that would be correct. And it would, well, if that's the way the commission chooses to handle the application process, you bet.
Mr. President?
Go ahead, Roger.
So I guess just, so if someone in the application process just said, the rules that we're going to follow are PRCA rules, that would effectively just say that that's what they're going to follow, and as long as that's turned in with the application, that's what they're going to go by.
Mr. President, Commissioner Torgerson, yes, that's correct. You would include the event rules, and it would give you the ability to analyze whether or not you thought they were sufficient, because that is an important thing to ensure that the event is run the way that the commission believes is necessary to protect the gaming public. And, in the statute, it does require it to be professional. So we just thought that would give away rules change and the PRCA rules change. That's pretty common. But you would have to, when you present the application once approved, the event would have to run with those rules.
Well, Mr. President, I guess one of the things I see that the advantage to doing it that way is the contestants showing up are gonna be very familiar with those if they're already a PRCA contestant. They're not coming to an event with some new rules that they're not familiar with. So I think it's a very, very good solution.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll.
I'll defer to
Sandy? Okay,
Representative Newsom first. She was way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Driscoll. So any event that would be eligible to be permitted would have to be a sanctioned event, sanctioned by somebody, whether that's the PRCA or the women's group or whatever they would. So if you're running the 10 Sleep Rodeo and it's not a PRCA sanctioned event, you would not be able to be eligible for parimutuel on that.
Yeah, Mr. President, Representative Newsom, that is correct, because the statute says professional. And so it needs to be a professional organization. It may be the PBR, or it may be the Women's Professional Barrel Racing Association, but it has to be a professional.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I think you've come up on a pretty brilliant, it was pretty clear for those of us that were in the meeting in Torrington that you were going to run into inherent problems with professional organizations if you started trying to mess with their rules. So I'm one of the ones that really believes they run reputable things, they have forever. And it gives the commission the ability, if you think somebody's game and you're one of the associations doesn't have good enough rules, you have the absolute ability to say, if you don't add this section into it, we're not going to sanction the event. And that's fair game. I think that's really fair game for the commission to do that. But in the case, at least two that I can name publicly, which is the Women's Barrel Racing Association, the Steer Open, and the PRCA, these folks have regulated their own events forever, and they've been tried to game on forever. They're good at sanctioning their own people and making it happen. And I think it's a common sense solution that works and gets you on the path and is going to get you where you want to be in a very smart way for all involved.
Thank you. Mike, do you have a comment about that suggestion?
Mr. President, certainly we can look at ways to, I think if the commission wants to go that route, we can look at ways to craft a set of rules that would comply with your statutory mandates. I think there are a lot of good suggestions out there. I know that, at least, I've talked through with Director Moore different ways. I think some work, some don't. And, we can certainly take the commission's lead and perhaps draft something that works.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. President, back to you, Mr. Kaler. When you say draft something, you mean a set of rules or something that to allow us to move forward in this direction?
Mr. President, Commissioner Covello, yeah, I think what you're getting at is something simpler as opposed to, hundreds of pages of rules. I think we can go the simpler route.
Because if I may help, I'll follow up. What they're proposing is upon application, using whoever's rules is applying rather than us coming up with a set of rules.
For the event.
Am I right?
That's
Correct.
President Broussard, Commissioner Covello, that is correct. And I would also be happy to draft some language to help the process as well, just because that we were the ones that thought of the idea.
Mr. President.
Mike, you have a question?
Yeah, I think, I think at the first instance that I saw were a set of Wyoming Downs Professional Rodeo Association rules. And I don't know how many different sets of rules that we're talking about. Obviously they have to be a professional set of rules. I just don't want to be in the position of, just taking, one operator set of rules and incorporating those by reference and saying, okay, those are going to be the rules that govern.
Well, I think for each and every, what they're proposing is for each and every event through the application process, we mandate that they have a professional set of rules that accompany the application. And then we have the time to look at those rules to make sure they're sufficient. If not, we fail them. If so, is that where, are we tracking?
Mr. President, yes, that is where you're tracking. And keep in mind too, you still have rules in place that cover licensing and parimutuel. And that's the big thing. What we're talking about is how the event happens, the 8-second ride or whatever it is. The commission still has the parimutuel rules. They're going to be covering all the wagering. And you have the licensing rules. All those are in place. They're all applicable. So we're just talking about the actual event itself.
Senator Driscoll, you have a question?
Briefly, yeah, it looks to me like it's going to be fairly onerous the first time when you go through the PRCA rules, the barrel racing rules, whatever. You're going to have to go through them page by page. But from then on, I think you're probably only dealing with a handful of associations. So what you're going to be dealing with is if PRCA makes an amendment the next time it comes in, there'll be a star on the cover page that says PRCA rules, rule 2-42-3 has been changed for your notification. You probably ought to have them put that in there. But once you've done it, I really cannot think of more than 3, 4, 5 associations you're going to have. And once you're kind of through the first deal, you're going to know if someone's trying to do something that's gaming you, you're going to say, time out, we're not going to do this, or you're going to have to do it differently. But this fits exactly what I was trying to get at when we were in Torrington. And I think this can be enacted reasonably quickly, and it does the thing that I think is the most important, and that is for these organizations to be able to run their events the way they think they're safe, rules are good, and people aren't cheated. And if the commission feels differently, they should say no. If they think there's something going on, they should deny the application. But otherwise, they ought to let the professionals run their events as professionals, much the way we do our own horse racing events, and let you guys, the commission, worry about how to regulate the gaming side of it. And I think you're going to be more likely to have good partnerships with those organizations as well doing that. We really saw extreme heartburn from associations, and when you're going to try to enter in and tell them to change rules so that you can game, because by the way, they're not thrilled about gaming right now. You've got a little bit of a hill just to get them to say that they think it's a good deal. So I think this is a phenomenal way to go about it. It's just common sense. I hope you guys can vote on something that's common sense.
So our hill to climb is to get our own rules that interface with the event that covers the parimutuel side.
Yes, President Broussard, one thing I just want to read, Wyoming statutes 1125-104E, this is what dictates what we have. The commission is tasked with responsibility for promulgating rules that include procedures for holding, conducting, operating of the parimutuel events. And yes, we can adopt by reference sets of rules. We have done that in the past, and that's not really an issue. And again, I don't, it's my job to bring up what I see is an issue. Is one concern is consistency between different events. And are we providing that consistency for the wagering public so they understand that? But Mr. Kaler just brought up to me, maybe you take this even a little further than what you're suggesting. And there's several organizations that have rules for rodeos, and in taking, if you want to pick the PRCA, you could pick the PRCA, and we could incorporate those by reference. If you want to take Wyoming Downs Rodeo Association rules, we've reviewed those, and you could pick those rules. If you want to do Mountain States, you could pick their rules as your event. So maybe this is some options that the commission can go, and then, like you said, interface this with our current rules.
So similar to some of the HHOM scenes where we know we've predetermined that the machines cover the rules, would it make sense to look at different professional organizations and have a body of organizations that are acceptable to us, and therefore they just pick the existing
Broussard.
organization? Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I'm Tom Berry. I'm a consultant for Wyoming Downs. Rather than taking that approach, I think it would be wiser to consider these as they're applied for. If the PRCA, for instance, decided it wanted to parimutuel frontier days, let them apply. If the WPRA wanted to put on an event somewhere, let them apply, but don't go looking for other associations.
So by inverse, if over time we have
Yeah,
6 or
if
7
they-
events and we
if
say,
this-
look back, those were good, that's the one you should.
If this
probably
is
use.
successful,
Yeah.
they'll be coming to us, to you.
President Broussard, the only thing I was going to add to, I think that approach of including it with the application actually is more consistent with 104E for the commission to review those on an application basis. And so there was some thought put into that with respect to the statute that Director Moore just read to you.
Thank you.
And President Broussard, just to respond to that, and that's why, we would need to incorporate the rules by reference. So we would be accommodating that piece. Conversely, while it may be simpler for some, we still have to look at what's best for, the citizens, the wagering public. But what we have done, we started out originally with historic racing, and we were approving, X, Y, and Z. Now we have gone to to where these are the games, these are what you can pick, and we found that it is kind of solving some of that logistical problems, but all great stuff.
Yeah, so if our rules, our parimutuel rules said clearly in the process for obtaining a license would be in rule that there has to be a professional organization's rules that we accept. Is that not part of that then becomes part of the licensing process and not just making a body of rules that are attached to our overall rodeo rules, and they could be changed event by event? Following me? Yeah. That's kind of a question statement, but I don't know. Yeah. Dan, you want to chime in?
Sorry, I was just going to ask Tracy, if President Broussard, with your permission, ask Tracy, why did you all include sections 24, 25, I guess 26 and 27, if all you guys are covering is the rules of the performance of the rodeo? I don't understand, because you're kind of saying, well, we're going to have racing in other, rodeos in other jurisdictions. You want us to allow wagering on. That seems like a, really difficult task for our commission to oversee. So could you address those different chapters, not just generally, what you're thinking there?
Commissioner Schiffer, I may not understand your question entirely, but I do think what we, what we are proposing today would be live parimutuel events that would occur in the state of Wyoming, because that would be your jurisdiction. As far as the simulcasting of those, I believe that would be covered by the simulcasting rules. But I apologize, when you refer to 26, 27, 28, can you point me maybe a little bit more directly?
Well, you said you want to write the rules for the performance of the event and let the commission handle the wagering, but all those other sections actually cover the wagering on the events. So I'm a little confused. If we're supposed to be doing the rules for the wagering, why you're doing it. And just specifically, if you look at 24.2, that says to me that you want to have wagering in Wyoming on events in other jurisdictions. So I'm having a lot of trouble with that little section. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but I think we need to, if you're going to do the rules for how the event is run, that's fine, but you're doing a lot more than that in these later sections of your rules.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I think thank you so much,
I
Mr.
guess there were two issues there.
Yeah, okay. So, President Broussard, I now understand. So actually, I did not know that this rule book was going to be included with the commission materials. It isn't associated with my letter. I think it was meant to be, here's an example of professional rules that you could be reviewing. And these are, rules that have been drafted, but they're not in place anywhere. How I see this working in reality is that someone comes to you and they say, we want to run a team roping event. And the event rules that are going to be operated, it's a PRCA event. Here are the PRCA rules for team roping. These are the rules that are going to, operate under the event, and these are what the contestants have to follow to qualify and to place. And then you as the commission say, yeah, these rules for that event are sufficient. I think what it's going to require probably is some deletion of the current Chapter 12 rules, this language that I've included in the letter, And then you're going to have to probably make a change in chapter 6 to include that requirement in the application for approval. It's probably going to require a little bit more wordsmithing in chapter 12, but really that is the idea. And so if you were presented this rule book and you said, no, I don't agree, this isn't in line with what the commission wants to do, then you would deny the application for the event.
President Broussard.
Yes, go ahead, Charlie.
So, Ms. LeClerc, or Miss, excuse me, apologize. So the rules that we have in front of us that was distributed to us by Dr. Berry don't apply to this?
That's correct. So really, when we looked at this issue, there were really 3 different routes you could go. One would be do nothing. Current rules are sufficient. We can operate and move forward with rodeo. That really didn't seem to have much appetite for anybody. The second would be a complete overhaul of the rules, which you guys have seen drafts of that, where you're drilling down and you're saying what every event requires from a rule perspective, which is a big lift. And also what we found when we went to these different associations, they don't want to participate because they don't want to change their event rules. So we tried to think of a third option, which I really do think is the common sense approach. And that's that you adopt the professional rule, the sanctioning body's rules, and because the commission has to be the body to govern that and to put the procedure in place, putting it in the application process gives you that ability as the governing body. And so if you get a set of rules from Ragtime Cowboy Professional Rodeo and you're like, whew, this is not enough, this isn't going to protect the public, we don't think this is professional, then you deny the application. But it allows the PRCA or the Women's Association to come in, who are reputable people, to run their events, and then the Gaming Commission runs the wagering side.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Director Moore, I sent that first email out prior to us reviewing Mike Kaler's concerns, and I didn't have time to redo what she's suggesting, and that's the reason that you had the first correspondence, but not the second.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Bull.
So, Mr. President, as I understand it, we would get an application which would designate the rules. The commission staff would evaluate the rules and determine that they're sufficient. And the wagering would still be controlled by our pari-mutuel rules. So under that scenario, is the wagering public protected? Because it sounds to me like it is. But if I'm missing something, enlighten me.
Who are you looking at?
That end of the table. Because if the answer is the public is protected, then I think we ought to write this approach up and consider it.
Thank you.
President Broussard.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Commissioner Bowl. Yes, the public is covered. But then the other part of our mission statement is the welfare of the participants in the event. And then again, procedures for holding, conducting, operating of all pari-mutuel events, is what our statutes read. And are we checking all those boxes?
Well, I guess the way it sounds is if we'll have time to review the remainder of the rules that are submitted with the application. And if you come to us with an application and you say this does not address those concerns, then I think as a body, we'll probably agree.
Just a follow-up question for Wyoming Downs. So the rules that we have in front of us, do they not apply at this point? Any part of the discussion or anything at this point? Is that correct, or just?
Go ahead.
Director Moore, which rules are you referring to? The ones I gave you
Yes, sir.
at our meeting a month ago?
Yes, what on,
That's correct.
I can't remember the date. Yeah,
Well, those are the proposed rules that the Wyoming Downs Professional Rodeo Association would submit to the commission for approval to pari-mutuel a rodeo event. So that's Wyoming Downs's set of rules that would be similar to the PRCA rules, if you get what I'm saying.
I do.
Mr. President?
Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
So your event would not be a PRCA sanction, it would be totally your event under your rules.
Mr. President, Commissioner Kura, that is a possibility. Yeah, but if we were doing a PRCA event, we would have the PRCA rules. But we are looking at creating another professional association, obviously. But that's not going to happen overnight. That's going to be something that we're working on, and it might be quicker than I think, but it's going to take some work. Yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Cactus.
Mr. President, so to be quite clear, the letter is asking us to consider taking the application and adopting the rules if approved, but has nothing to do with this particular set of rules, but a set of rules that possibly down the road you would wordsmith and make compliant.
That's correct.
So that being said, I would like to make a motion that we ask staff and Attorney General to look this over, spend a little bit of time and come back to us and see if there are any roadblocks that cannot be fixed. I don't think we want to try to implement it today, but we want to start the process. So I would make a motion that we direct staff and Attorney General to look this over and see if this is a possibility.
And this being the event rules as part of the application process?
Yes,
Okay.
as per the letter, having nothing to do with the rules submitted, just the letter.
Thank you. We have a second? Is that- I think Commissioner Bull seconded that. Yep. Okay. More discussion? Yep. Go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about background checks. And so in pari-mutuel racing, kind of everybody is background checked. So how do you foresee in rodeo background checks of timers, secretaries, guys running the gate? I don't know to what extent we would have to background check to protect the public, and where that would lie. It would lie in the commission rules, or it would lie in the professional organization rules, or where would that lie, and where would the expense for that lie?
Mr. President, Representative Newsom, that would be part of the licensing process, which is still the commission's responsibility to license whoever they want to license. Currently in the rules, there's a category for roper. It's been there since 1968. And so those people would have to do whatever the commission required, whether it be a full background check or a social security number background check, whatever they determine, whatever the commission determines to do. You have full licensing capability. Has nothing to do with the way that the event is operated.
Thank you, Frank. Senator Driscoll.
Real quick, I think also there's already a second layer built in, because those organizations, particularly the ones that are there, their reputation's on the line. They're the ones that make sure that the event itself is not rigged. Our focus should be on the gaming side to make sure the gaming is not rigged and it's not right, or there's nothing that goes on that's bad. But the organizations themselves, be it steer ropers, professional cowboys, professional cowgirls, they take immense pride in running their organizations the way they do. And I think if you fiddle with it, it'd be pretty similar to an organization coming back to you and saying, before you can come to my track, we're going to have you change the parimutuel rules. And, you know, you guys have built a great set of rules. These organizations have unbelievable good reputations, and I think they stand on their own. If they besmirch themselves, we saw a barrier problem this year with the PRCA. They do happen. They deal with them harshly and quickly, and I think you'll continue to see that. And more likely, they're going to be more strict on you than you are on them, because they're going to be pretty leery of what the black-eyed gaming can give them more than what they gain from it. So that's my belief, and I think it's really well covered.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the commission, from the Attorney General office, staff, the gallery, attorneys? Anything out there? Okay, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion as presented, state aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. All right, thank you. All right. At this
President
point, I
Broussard.
think we're going to we'll go into executive session. Do we need?
President Broussard.
Yep.
Commissioner Ritholler just raised his hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Ritholler.
Thank you, President Broussard. My biggest thing is the word professional has to be in there. So we don't have all the amateur rodeos.
That's in statute.
It has to be professional. That's the only thing we have to keep in mind. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll entertain a motion to go into executive session. Yeah.
It's in statute, yeah.
Yeah.
President Broussard, so at this point, I would suggest tabling until tomorrow, item D,
Okay.
or excuse me, 6D, putting that over till tomorrow and carrying over, and then go into executive session. And then when we're done with executive session, which shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, we will adjourn. You're more than welcome, folks, but we would need a motion and a
Yep.
second.
Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
We move to executive session.
We would need a motion to, go ahead,
We need a motion to table item 6D. Okay,
until tomorrow.
okay. Is that what you just did? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Wildcat. Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a second. Any conversation or discussion regarding tabling item 6D? Hearing none, we will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Okay, thank you. That passes now. That'll be the first thing on the agenda tomorrow. We will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
The motion would be to go into executive session pursuant to 164405A9.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Cactus. First was Dick Cura,
Second,
and then
Cavella.
Commissioner Cavella.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Cavella.
Commissioner Cavella.
We would
Any-
need everybody to vacate the room except for Mr. Steinberg and except for Mr. Laramendi, and the rest of you obviously say,
Okay.
myself.
We'll call the vote.
Commissioners,
All in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay.